Hey, welcome into the Dealin the Cards charity live streams, our second annual event now. And this year we're excited to be broadcasting live from 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles. And we're joined by Bernie Miklasz today, as well as Sandy McMillan, as you know from the podcast. Andrew is on the little camera in the corner as our man in the chair today producing the show. We're really excited you all have joined us live on the live stream today. Or you can also come in person at 314. We've already seen a few of you come through today. Bernie, excited to have you on today.
It's good to meet you face to face.
Yeah.
And likewise with Sandy.
Yeah, we've talked digitally quite a bit, but this is the first time in person.
Yeah, well, you guys have been very kind to me, and I appreciate being able to participate from time to time with Dealing the Cards, which is excellent. I recommend it to everybody, and read you guys at Fansided, and I guess I consider us all one family. So anyway, it's all good. Thanks for inviting me here tonight.
Of course,
it's really good.
Really excited to have you, and then obviously we've got a great guest list tonight. Jeff Jones, Jim Hayes, Brooke Grimsley, Derrick Goold will be live with us in person in a little bit. Kareem Haq, Will Leitch, Trevor Rosenthal. It's a great guest list tonight, so pop in, pop out as you can. The big reason why we're doing this today is on behalf of Big League Impact. You can donate to Big League Impact at the pinned comment in the comment section of the live stream on the chat now. If you don't know about Big League Impact, it was actually the brainchild of Cardinals legend Adam Wainwright, founded back in 2013 with the organization's inaugural fantasy football event. Since then, Big League Impact has gone on to support people across the world through healthcare, food security, humanitarian infrastructure, education, and safe water. And since 2013, Big League Impact and its community professional athletes like Hal Gibson, Tommy Edmond, Trevor Rosenthal, so many athletes across multiple sports have raised more than $9 million for these charitable causes through events that raise awareness and donations from fans who are drawn to the causes of the players that they support. And so they've worked with over 140 MLB players, and tonight we're helping raise money for this as well. And as you donate tonight, you are automatically entered into a bunch of different giveaways that we'll do throughout the evening. Some of those include a Nolan Gorman signed Futures jersey, Futures game jersey. There's a Carlos Beltran signed bat, Johnny Peralta game used broken bat that's signed as well.
Awesome.
I think the big ticket item though is gonna be the Adam Wayne signed ball. There's a couple pack and sets giveaway throughout the night as well. So lots of fun stuff with that. So I know kind of jealous. I'm like, I wish I could win some. So any donation that you give tonight will enter you into that giveaway, and we'll pause and announce those winners, and then we'll contact you as well if for some reason, or we'll get that figured out. I'll get that to you. So, but one thing we did want to do before we started and super far into the evening is we want to thank 314 for hosting this event. They've been an awesome sponsor of the podcast. They also donated all these giveaways tonight as well. So we really just appreciate the relationship we built over here. So I want to invite Devin on to the stream as well and hop on as well.
Let's go.
Devin, just thanks for hosting tonight, and just this partnership we've had in the podcast, and just your generosity with this event. But would like a little bit about 314 and let the viewers know what the story.
We did a lot of online sales, online business, a lot of shipping, but we have a great local community now, and a lot of kids come in, a lot of regulars come in here. We're proud to know everybody's name and everything, and again, very supportive of local podcasts and people that do a great thing like you guys. So
Appreciate that. Is there anything if someone's watching tonight and they're like, maybe I collected cards as a kid or I haven't really been into it in a while, what advice would you give them for jumping into back into the niche, I guess, with it?
Yeah, so it's kind of something that it can be overwhelming, and we definitely understand that, and you kind of have to learn as you go, but you can always shoot us an email, shoot us a DM on Instagram or Facebook. We're always willing to help and kind of give our expertise in some regard, and can always come by the store, give us a call. Thankfully, there's price points, there's card types for anybody, any kind of collector, whether it be baseball, whether it be prospects. Bowman cards are very hot. Everybody wants, Jack Caglione and some of the Paul Skeens and some of these up and coming guys. So depending on what you like and what teams you like, there's always something for anybody.
Is there anything right now that's like impacts right now that people are kind of like Pulse Games, Jack, kind of anything else that people are kind of looking for right now?
Yeah, so Pulse Games has kind of been the theme the last couple of months. Of course, Tops and Pulse Games himself have mentioned things on social media and stuff. And it's kind of made the hobby a lot more mainstream. I think it's very good for the hobby, and Tops does a great job with Fanatics now as they're kind of overseeing it, of really publicizing the industry. Of course, as Cardinals fans, Mason Wynn's been probably the most asked player amongst Cardinals fans for us. And we're all kind of waiting until early next year when the first Weatherhold cards will come out. He's going to be someone that's going to be in very high demand.
Have you guys been much of collectors throughout the years?
I mean, not really. I ripped my first pack ever today with you and Andrew, so that was exciting. Very fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things I got away from. It's just, I don't know why, because I really enjoyed it. But growing up near Baltimore, I had, I love the Orioles, and I used to try to collect as many, really good Orioles cards as good. Like I was so proud of it. I had a Jim Palmer rookie card.
Nice.
And at the time it was worth a little bit, but I held on to it. It's in a closet somewhere. You've heard that story a million times.
Yes.
But I really collected them mostly for sentimental value, but it was really cool. It was really dear to me, but I don't know what it is. I wish I wouldn't have outgrown it, because cards are forever and cards are a forever hobby, but just life kicks in and you just get consumed with other things. And but congratulations on your business, and thanks for supporting the guys here. So sure.
Yeah. Well, Devin, thanks for joining us on the stream, and then thanks for hosting as well. And again, you guys can come through live tonight. We're going to be in here until 10 o'clock. And come check them out. But then obviously your business hours, if you want to let them know.
Yeah, we're open up all 7 days a week. So 10 to 5 Monday through Friday, and 10 to 4 on Saturday and Sunday. So
good holiday presents here too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything you want, we have it here. So.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
Oh man. Well, I think we're going to have Jeff Jones on here soon. Actually, he might be live and ready for us to go. So Andrew's going to pop him into, then we've got our first guest of the evening.
Let's go.
We can pop on our headphones and go through this.
Yep.
Honestly, this is quite the evening to have a live stream and chat, considering the news from yesterday. And so
There he is.
Jeff, can you hear
There I am.
All right.
Oh, we're making it work. Hey, Jeff, how are you doing?
I'm good. Before we get started, I was curious. I was just sitting here. Do you guys think that they would have any interest in a still factory sealed box of 1990 Tops?
Oh.
Me and 48,000 other people have this exact same box still wrapped in cellophane. But mine still has the Walmart price tag for $23.88 on it.
Okay.
Not bad.
My uncle bought it for me in 1990. So, we got a Griffey All-Star rookie and a Kirby Puckett on the top of the box here. So a lot going on.
There you go.
That's pretty sweet.
Came with props.
It's got to hold some kind of value,
Yeah, for sure.
It holds at least the value of the real estate. It's been taken up in my basement for years.
Oh, man. Well, Jeff, obviously, in light of yesterday, we had the Nolan Arenado news of blocking the trade in Houston. And so I guess that's the big thing on everyone's mind right now. What could you tell us about the Arenado situation, how things are kind of evolving right now?
Yeah, I think that right now everyone is just sort of cooling their heels and figuring out what happens next. I kind of gotten the impression over the last few days that a deal was pretty imminent. When you hear Mo talk at the winter meetings as explicitly as he did about not only what they're trying to do, but also, he said that they expect to have all their business done in 7 to 10 days. He said he didn't think it would stretch into January. And I think that was a pretty good indication that they knew kind of where that market was headed. Now, I don't know that they're so sure if they know where that market is headed. And I think part of that, too, was that I think there was some expectation that the Bregman market would be reaching its own conclusion in roughly the same amount of time, if not shorter. And that clearly hasn't happened either, right? So with those two things happening or not happening at the same time, it does create kind of a stalemate. I think that, one thing that I would say to keep in mind is if a deal doesn't get done in the next 72 hours or so, I would expect it to not get done until after the new year, because I'll tell you who doesn't like to work over the holiday break is anybody. But especially baseball executives, and Bernie can speak to this. I think right about the 23rd, you can close your computer and not fire it back up till January 2nd or so, and probably not miss very much. So my expectation would be that if it doesn't get done, say the weekend with Nolan, that everybody takes a real step back and sort of reevaluates, and we see where we are after the first.
Jeff, by the way, you do a great job, man. You really do.
Thank you.
I became a subscriber to the Belleville News Democrat just to read your coverage. Yeah,
we got one.
Outstanding. And I wanted to ask you this: is there any way that a trade could be made before Bregman decides where he's going to go, or do you think that's it's going to be a stalemate until then?
It's interesting, right? Because I think clearly we've seen they thought that they had a deal done before Bregman, but because it was Houston, that made sense, And I tend to agree with the folks who have said that that's probably an indication that Bregman and Houston are not getting back together. If they were ready to move on, then that tells me that they probably are not all that interested in that kind of commitment. So the short answer is, at this point, I would be surprised just because if it's not Houston, that to me cuts the list down to places that are a little harder. Boston would be relatively easy, but Boston still has two things in the way, right? Boston, number one, in theory, would be on Bregman. And number two, would probably need to move Tristan Casas, or at least have an idea of where Casas ends up before they could make that deal, because you'd be looking at Devers moving to first and Arenado playing third in that situation, right? So, I think unless there is some sort of the hell with it, let's just go to the Angels kind of situation that arises, it probably does end up waiting on Bregman at this point.
Jeff, do you think there's any specific destinations that Arenado has in mind right now? And so, if it was the Red Sox that had come to an agreement with the Cardinals yesterday, that maybe he would have said yes, or is he purely wanting to see what all the options first before he makes a decision?
So I do think there are some places that would be a hard yes, but I think they're probably pretty limited, right? Like, for instance, I think the Dodgers would be a hard yes, but that doesn't seem likely to happen. I think the Padres would be a hard yes, but that also doesn't seem likely to happen without the Padres being able to ship out some money. And so outside of that, I do think it's going to be a matter of, gathering all of the offers, gathering kind of what everything looks like, and then deciding from there. Because, I'm not going to pretend to be the world's foremost, Nolan Arenado whisperer, right? But I don't think it would come as a surprise to anyone to say that maybe Nolan is not super excited about the possibility of playing in a high-pressure media market in the East. So I don't know that either the Red Sox or the Yankees would be at the top of his list otherwise. But if it's a situation where, for example, in Houston, where there was some chance that he would be the guy down there holding the bag in 2 years when they win 74 games, he's not going to want that situation either. I think Nolan is smart enough to see them dumping Tucker and going, well, wait a minute, this team is getting worse and not better, and not put himself in a situation to do that. And so if it comes down to, figuring out the best of bad options, then sure. But otherwise, I think the list of places that would be considered for Nolan, gold options, is probably a pretty short list, and I don't know that any of them are necessarily realistic at this point.
Jeff, I got a two-parter for you, I guess. A lot of media reports, as you know, I'm throwing you in there too, indicate that the Cardinals would be willing to send $10 to $15 million to a team that takes in Arenado. Number one, are you surprised? Let's just say it's $15 million. Are you surprised that they're willing to go that heavy? And number two, do you think that would be of interest to more teams? And could they possibly get more of a return for Arenado? Because I think we all agree it's kind of silly to expect any kind of great return for him. But if they throw the $15 million in, does it change that paradigm at all?
So what I would say is that we kind of have an interesting benchmark for what this looks like, not in terms of what they'll throw in, but in terms of cost, right? Because we saw the Yankees take on $47 million with Cody Bellinger, and that's 2 years. Now, Bellinger is 4 years younger than Arenado, even, but when you look at that deal, the Yankees sopped up, I think it was 47 of what he had left on his deal, and threw back, a 4A pitcher who maybe helps the Cubs, maybe doesn't, as the return. But the money obviously is the primary part of that deal, right? And again, you're talking about a guy who at the plate you have some questions, but you trust him to play center. You trust him to play a premier defensive position. And so if you pay down for the Cardinals and you pay down 15 on Arenado, that gets you to pretty much the same number that the Yankees are going to pay for Bellinger. I think it's 49 versus 47, but it's pretty close. You're paying pretty much the same amount of cash. And so if that's where the scale is, then I think it at least gives us a pretty good judge of what the market is willing to spend, or what some teams at least are willing to spend on that sort of player. There obviously are differences between Nolan and Cody Bellinger, but I think it's fair to lump them into kind of a large bucket of like a guy where you trust the glove, you don't maybe necessarily trust the bat, but you see some upside with it, right? In terms of what the return looks like, the challenge for the Cardinals is going to be finding – the challenge is going to be finding a spot that is amenable to Nolan, obviously that's amenable to Nolan, that wants to take on the money and that has anything to send back, right? Again, when you look at what the Yankees got back, or what the Yankees sent for Cody Bellinger, Cody Poteet is a 30-year-old right-hander who is like fine, who's got pretty good numbers in the big leagues, but who knows how real that is and who knows really what that looks like. So, I think a couple of weeks ago, there was enough kind of traction on this, and there were enough teams that I'd heard it called that maybe you could have seen something more happening here. I think as this process has gone on, I think it's starting to become pretty clear that, number one, Nolan is maybe going to be more finicky about his destination than Joel Wolf might have intimated a week ago, and number two, that maybe that pool is not that big. And so to the earlier question, about can he go before Bregman, that's going to put another limiter, because if there are teams that are going to want to act before Bregman, the pitch will probably be, we'll do now, but we're only going to pay X. And so it's going to require the Cardinals to increase that pay down.
So, I might be backtracking just a bit here. And we talked about, your list of like gold standard places for Arenado. How do the Cardinals compare to that in terms of how much he wants to stay with them? I guess maybe a better way to phrase this question is, what's the relationship like between him and the team at this point? If the team was willing to trade him and Arenado declines that, is there a communication breakdown at this point? And I guess there are a lot of teams that make baseball sense that may not make Arenado trade approval sense. But do you think as we get closer to the season and Arenado realizes, well, I may have to play in St. Louis, would he become more open to going to a team like, say, Seattle? Just throwing something out there that might make baseball sense, but we haven't heard him link there.
So I've said this on Twitter and Blue Sky in a couple of places, and I'll be consistent. I think that horse is like way out of the barn, right? I don't think the relationship is bad between Nolan and the team. I really don't. I think this has been a collaborative process. I think that, we have learned that this conversation between Nolan and John Mozeliak happened in Colorado on the last road trip of the season, which is to say that Nolan has had pretty close to 3 months now to sort of internalize the idea that he's being traded and kind of get himself on the spot mentally to be prepared for that, right? This is relatively new to all of us, at least explicitly new to all of us, but Nolan's been sitting on it since like game 155. So this is not all that new to the principals involved here, right? I do think, however good the relationship is, and however cordial business-like it is, I just can't imagine that he shows up to spring training in Jupiter as a Card. I can't imagine what that would look like. In part because it cuts against everything they've said about how they want to give young players more playing time. They all but handed the spot to Nolan Gorman when we were talking about it at the winter meetings. And it's very clear that that's the guy who they want to have play at third base. But also because it's very difficult territory to tread here, right? Because I think it's very easy to sort of hang stuff on Nolan in terms of being a quote unquote bad clubhouse guy or whatever that looks like. And it's not that simple, and that's not really a fair reflection of what he is. But what Nolan does do, and in fact, you heard Joel Wolf talk about this, he turns it in on himself. And in fact, I think Joel even used the phrase, it can be hard on his teammates. And it can, because when it's not going well and the performance is not going well, he just grinds himself into the dirt over and over and over to try. Like, he's not a guy who's going to step out of the cage to fix it. He's just going to take 500 swings until it gets better. But he can't BP his way out of this situation at this point, right? I just think it has the risk of creating the kind of negative environment that the Cardinals really do not need or want lingering around. And the other thing I'll say too, that's a big part of this is I am of the belief that part of the reason that the Cardinals are executing this sort of step down plan, not only, to let Mo kind of go out on his own terms and, however the DeWitts think he may have earned that, it's also because they don't want this hanging around for Heim. There's no part of the organization wants this to be on Heim's plate. They don't want to get to next November and have to do this again and then Heim becomes the guy who now has to make this happen. And so by hook or by crook, I think they will figure out a way to find a deal that makes him happen. My honest prediction for all this, the way this sort of, when you look at how this happened when he was traded here ahead of the 21 season, that deal got finalized on February 1st. The reporting was, the 29th, 30th, and kind of rolled up to it. I think Nolan is going to go home for Christmas. I think he's going to spend a week in his house with his family talking about nothing but this. Where are you going to go next year? What's it going to look like? What does this look like? And he's going to come out of that ready to deal. I think he's going to wind himself up and do a frenzy about it and come out of it ready to make a deal happen, just on a human level, just of having this kind of around his neck. I really think that is more likely than anything else to be the outcome here. So I think we probably get to January 7th, 8th, that all of a sudden it really starts to kick over again.
Jeff, I'd love to come back to the idea of some of the long-term ramifications here in a second, but I do want to kind of circle back on, it's so public now, and to your point, the cat's kind of out of the bag that Nato is probably gone. How much do you think that kind of hamstrings what the Cardinals can do in a deal at this point? Now it's been publicly confirmed that a deal's been blocked. They're willing to kick in 15 to 20 million. If it gets to January or so, the team's going to be asking for more money at this point. Like, they're going to see the fact that the Cardinals are like, you're kind of stuck with this guy right now, and you don't want him here. He doesn't want to be here. Like, how much does this make it difficult for the Cardinals to actually move him, especially because they do want to cut payroll in the process?
Yeah, I do think at this point they probably have a pretty good idea of what the offers look like. And I also think that generally, for better or worse, I think that teams are reluctant, if they've made an offer and they've had these conversations, to then go back and say, well, actually, you know what, now we thought about it and maybe we're going to kick in 10 million less. I think really, if they have these baselines of deals figured out, it's going to be pretty close to that. And honestly, the Cardinals are going to kick in, I think, are in the vicinity of $5 million a year. Sounds about right. That's the 15 that covers the extra year they tacked on to the end of the contract anyway. That sounds like an amount that would be just about what they like. I don't think the delta is so wide here that it's like, well, you can take Nolan and we'll pick up none of the money and we get no return, or we'll pay $50 million of his deal and you're going to give us a top 100 prospect. I don't think that it looks like that. I think it looks like here are the 12 teams, for argument's sake, who are willing to do it. Maybe no one's willing to go to 4 of them. And of those 4, what does the money look like? And I think you can just sort of whittle it down from there and get yourself into a spot if you're the Cardinals where maybe it's not the best deal. Maybe the 15 they were going to send Houston becomes 18. They send the Red Sox, for argument's sake, right? But I think that you end up in relatively the same spot.
I'm sure people want to circle back on the Helsley, Fetty, and Steven Matz side of things too, but I'm interested in your point about not wanting this to sit on Chaim Bloom's plate going into 2026. Clearly, payroll is about to take a significant drop. Clearly, performance on the field will likely take a drop. I mean, they would like to see the team be better next year or compete, but we'll have to see if that happens. But there's a scenario where these young bats don't pan out again, and then they look like they're in rebuild mode at the end of the season. How much are the DeWitts prepared to reinvest in the Major League roster following this reset year and most final year? Or is this potentially a sign of things that are going to come when it comes to spending at the Major League level, expectations for the club moving forward? Do you see this as a true one-year reset? Or is there a chance this kind of starts to percolate into 2026, 2027?
So I don't have a good answer to that question yet. I think bottom line, in terms of it percolating into 26 and 27, they would want that insofar as that would mean that the player development thing is working, right? And they're getting players to get turned out. But in terms of, essentially the question is, when does the payroll go back up? And I don't know the answer to that question. I think that one thing that stands out here, and that I think the Cardinals fans should start wrapping their minds around, is that when you look at the second generation of team owner now that is sort of taking over throughout baseball, right? Talk about, it was John Angelos in Baltimore. You talk about Mark Lerner in DC. We're talking, Chris Ilitch, Hal Steinbrenner, all the sons of guys who owned these teams who are now taking over. Bill DeWitt is 84, right? Now, Bill DeWitt could live to be 135, and I hope he does, and he could own the team the whole time. But I do think that there would be an expectation that at some point there's going to be a transition there. And what does that look like one generation to the next? I don't have a confident answer to that question, right? Because I think that historically what we've seen from these second generation owners is that the spending goes down. It just does. Unless I'm missing one, I don't really know that there has been a team where when the team passed from one generation to the next, that spending went up. Maybe technically the Nationals based on when they gave Strasburg that deal, but not really, right? Like that has not really happened from one generation to the next. And so if this kind of reset in player development coincides roughly with whatever change may or may not be happening at an ownership level, however much larger Build with the Third's role turns into be, the answer is, I don't know when the next time is the Cardinals will run a $200 million payroll. Is it 7 years from now after 4 of these guys pan out and they sign Wynn and Walker and Gorman and whoever else to enormous extensions? Maybe. That seems less likely to me than other outcomes, but I'm sure there was, and again, and the other thing too, that is part of this, I think I've written about this, when you look at where they're hiring from, it's Cleveland, it's Tampa, right? It's places that run on low budgets, that win games by churning guys and by, the Guardians last year, what were they, 110, maybe, whatever their payroll was last year, right? This is what these teams operate on, and these are the teams from which executives who are going to run this team moving forward are being plucked, and I think that's noteworthy, and it's worth keeping an eye on.
How much do you think that has to do with attendance cratering this year? The Cardinals, more than a lot of teams, rely on gate money. Obviously, the TV deal is important, but we've seen that kind of be a real problem for them. We don't know enough about that moving forward. But attendance went down, and so revenue went down. How much is based on that? Merchandising sales maybe being down, and if those things rebound, can we expect payroll to at least rebound near what it was, or is that not connected?
I don't know whether it's connected.
Yeah,
because we have not really lived through a period where they have scaled, certainly not this dramatically, where they have scaled down in a single year. And so is this a reaction to what they anticipate the next, whatever year or 3 to look like at the ballpark? Maybe. Or is this just sort of the way that they do business now? I don't really have a confident answer to that question. I know that's not super reassuring, but they expect attendance to go down, and I think that it will. I think attendance last year was, off the top of my head, 2.8-ish, right? So if they lost, I don't know, if they lost 20% off of that, if they dropped down to like 2.3, that would feel calamitous, probably.
Big, yeah.
That would be, that's again, maybe I'm way off the top of my head. That feels like Milwaukee. That feels like 19,000 on a weeknight and 26 on a good weekend. Yeah. And that is going to feel like an empty Busch Stadium. Like I can tell you, the first night they announced a crowd of less than 30, we were all shocked upstairs because we thought for sure they would never announce less than 30, that they had enough season tickets and they had enough giveaways and they had enough ballpark passes and they would never have to. So there is a lot of uncharted territory and a lot of stuff that I don't know that any of us really could give you confident answers to. I can tell you what the team is saying about those things now. I don't know how durable the truths that they're telling right now are going to be, and we'll see what that looks like 2, 5, 10 years down the road.
Jeff, I have an overview question for you. And again, I can't ask you to peer into the crystal ball and know for sure, but I just want to get your gut feeling, your instinct. Obviously, there's been some damage done in terms of Cardinals fans, the relationship with ownership management. It has not been a happy time. They're paying a price for it in ticket sales, general revenue. And we all, in our love our jobs, hear a lot from really irate fans, which is cool. Everybody's entitled to be irate if they want. Yeah. I always have a problem filtering it, wondering if like this represents the overwhelming feeling out there, or just the people that feel the need to be really, really outspoken about it. But here's the question, and I'm sorry for the long buildup. What do you think it's going to take to repair that damage and to where fans feel good to come back to Busch Stadium, who have been staying away, and they feel good about, in effect, investing in the club again with their hard-earned income? What do you think? What's the magic formula to get everyone back and happy?
Part of it, I think, is going to be on some of these guys, right? If Mason wins rookie year is a stepping stone and Mason becomes the next and the next thing from that, that's going to help. If JJ Weatherholt is what they hope that he is and becomes that guy, that's going to help. If they figure out a pitcher, that's going to help. All that stuff is going to go a long way. But the other part of it too is how credible does a new administration appear to be, right? Because I think that, when we talk about the Chaim Bloom experience in Boston, I think part of what for him was a challenge there was that he came in and immediately had no credibility, because the first thing that happened was that he got instructed by ownership to trade Mookie Betts, and everyone knew it. And that cut Chaim's legs out from the beginning and put him in really kind of an untenable spot there, to the extent that his 3 years in Boston are almost like a mulligan, right? Like, I don't know how you judge him based on any of that, based on what ownership looked like and that whole process. Which is all to say, like, I mean, winning brings trust back, right? Like, if they stumble into 92 wins next year, they're okay, great, that's going to be fun. But I think we all saw, in 2022, Albert's big farewell, they're in the postseason. They didn't sell out a home playoff game. Like, they had a home playoff game that did not have that was not sold out. There's a deeper problem there that I don't know what that addressing has to look like. And I do think changeover in the front office will help. And I actually and I'm going to ask you guys this question, because I don't know what the number is, but how many games do they have to win in 2025 to have an on-the-field ceremony for Mozeliak the last home game of the season? How much?
Oh, my goodness.
Because he's earned it, right? But if they
absolutely, yeah.
If they win 74 games, he's getting booed off the field on retirement.
Oh, no.
But if they win like 4 games, I don't know. I don't know what they.
Well, I think if the Cardinals have a winning record, it's so hard to even say that, though, because I think it's more almost about how the rest of the division and the rest of the National League performs. Because if you look at this past year, right, the Cardinals win 83 games or 84, 80, whatever the case.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, we said that's going to be enough. We said that's going to be enough. 84 to 86 wins is going to put them in contention for a wild card. And then the National League wild card race overperforms by a factor of 6 to 8 games, and 90 wasn't enough. And so I think if the National League is strong again, especially in the middle last year, where the Cardinals are contending for a playoff spot for the first 4.5 months of the season. But because the National League was so strong, and because people around the team just didn't view the Cardinals positively, the energy around the team from fans was so negative. I had people asking me whether the Cardinals sucked or not when they were 4 games above 500 and holding the top wildcard spot early July. Like, that's crazy to me. So next year, if the Cardinals win 82 games and that's enough for them to sneak into the playoffs or at least compete into September, then I think people are going to be happy with the Mozeliak tenure ending that way. But if it's not enough, there's no way.
I don't think there's anything that's going to appease people anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you even go back to the Yachty or the Waino end of the celebration. I know that was the end of the 2023 season, so things are going terribly, but Mozeliak got booed off the patio for it there. Remember, it's that Newt joke that he made? It's hard to tell. Bernie's a great point. Like, how much of it's a vocal minority online versus like the general perception.
Yeah.
I just would be shocked if there's any scenario at the end of the year right now where you walk into Busch Stadium, they do something for John Mozeliak, and he gets a standing applause for it. I mean, I think there's the cordial of the kind fans, but like, I just think it's gonna be a mixed reaction at best right now. Bernie, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of, I hate to be a downer, but I think it's almost like a hopeless situation.
Yeah.
And perhaps this is all about me and my interactions with people. And I'm struck by something that no matter what happens, even if Mozeliak does something really good, people just simply refuse to give him credit for anything. Everything is trash. I got into a debate about how people say, well, he never did anything to improve the team.
That's not true.
When he had Goldie and Arenado. And I said, whoa. What about the trade deadline in 2022? Jordan Montgomery and Jose Quintana were great acquisitions. They won 17 of the 23 games that they started. They were legit. They were good. It was a top 10 offense. No. He didn't do it. He didn't do enough. I thought he did
Yeah.
plenty, actually. And some years he didn't.
Yeah.
But even when he does something that is, to me, just an absolute home run, no, people just, no.
Yeah.
They cover their ears and they have a tantrum, and that's it. There's a lot of that out there, and that I makes me wonder whether Mo can do anything to win them over, at least for them to politely collapse.
Yeah, and I don't know when that flipped. I don't know when it was that became the situation. Is it that they didn't try to sign Bryce Harper in the offseason before 19? I mean, that's ownership.
That's
right?
ownership. Yeah.
Right? Like I don't know when it was. Well, I guess what I would say is the downside to making yourself the face and the voice of every decision is that you're the face and the voice of every decision.
Yeah.
So when they went into the pandemic and he decided that he was the unitary executive and all baseball messaging flowed through him, that's fine. But that took a big chunk when things went badly. And I think he got whacked when things happened with Mike Schilt and there was not a good explanation. That was botched. That whatever you believe of whether they should or shouldn't have let Mike Schilt go, they botched the outright. They screwed it up. It was maybe the worst stretch of like PR messaging I've ever seen from this.
Bad.
It was really bad.
Yeah. I rubber stamp what you said there. I totally agree. Yeah. And I know we have to take a break, right? So, Andrew.
In just a moment, yeah.
Hey, Jeff, as me being the grandpa here at the table, let me say this. The interesting thing about Mo, and I'll be quick with this, but because historical perspective is helpful. When Mo first took over as the head of the baseball department after he fired Jock, and he tried to hire Chris Antonetti, then he turned to Mo, and Mo actually did a really good job healing the divide in the organization. One of the things they did with that is they actually hired a public relations specialist to coach him up about messaging. And this guy, who I know is really, really good, and I think he saved Mo a lot of trouble by pointing out, well, you don't step in that pothole, and this is how you should explain this, and this is what you have to you have to drive home, and you have to be repetitive with it, and you have to do this, don't do that. And Mo was really good at it for a while. And then I guess maybe to save money or whatever, they did away with the PR specialist, and Mo's messaging since then. Part of it is just fatigue because he's been in place so long. But his messaging, man, just got worse and worse and worse by the year. I don't know how Chaim Bloom will be. I heard he's a cordial guy. He's really good in one-on-one situations. He doesn't play the big room necessarily well. So I'll be curious if that will improve and whether the Cardinals above him will do something to help deliver better messages to the public. So at least fans will understand why they're doing what they're doing.
Yeah, my one really small anecdote on that front, Bernie, to that point is you've been to plenty of winter meetings. You know what the lobby looks like and the bar looks like at the hotel and all this mess. And you know that Mo wasn't there. Mo was in the room. That was not a Mo scene, and that's fine. Doesn't have to be. But I'll tell you who I did see a lot in the lobby of the hotel last week was Chaim Bloom. I saw Chaim a lot around, talking to people, shaking hands, glad handing. Now, they were also hiring a ton of coordinators and everything else, so maybe he's down there, whatever, interviewing guys. But I saw Chaim more in a week than I saw Mo combined at like the 5 winter meetings that I've been to, just in terms of being around, right? Part of that is Chaim is, what is he, 20 years younger than Mo? Something like, it's pretty close. But part of it is they're different guys and it's different personality. And Chaim is energized and excited for new opportunity. And Mo, I think if you gave him the truth serum, has been pretty exhausted for like 4 years now. And will probably be happy to do whatever his next thing is. So, it doesn't mean everything, but it doesn't mean nothing. And they are at least making an attempt to look, if there's going to be 32-year-olds in Lulu slacks flooding the lobby, then Chaim's going to be there collecting resumes.
What are you talking about? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah.
This is the new world we live in. I am now 5 years older than everybody in every front office, and they've all paid $114 for athletic pants. They have to wear it.
Jeff, this just makes me think we had you on the podcast one time, and you talked about how Mo looks like a Bond villain.
That was funny.
We're
that
going
was
from
good.
Bond villain to Lululemon pants.
Look, I'm wearing a hoodie, and I literally, the hat that I have on was the first hit on Amazon for soft build hat or whatever. I don't know a man alive who needs to wear a sweater over their shoulders in Florida. It's just, you don't need to.
It's true.
It's 84 degrees, Mo. That's enough.
Jeff, we really appreciate your time tonight. On the way out, any quick predictions about what will end up happening with Steven Matz or like an Eric Fetty? Some of these other names that have been kind of sprinkled out as opportunities for them to move some payroll. Do you think it's mainly just Nato at this point, or do you think Matz or Fetty would be moved as well?
Yeah, so no. So if you want to hear an irresponsible prediction, I will irresponsibly predict that they will trade one of those guys and re-sign Kyle Gibson. I think that is what they want to. I think that is what they want to do.
Okay.
I think
maybe they should have held on to him.
Well, but not for as much, right? My official prediction on December 19th is that they will figure out a way to trade at least one of Matz and Fetty. They would prefer to trade Matz. They might have to trade Fetty, and that they will re-sign Kyle Gibson for $1 million less than he would have made on the option.
Okay.
But he gets made whole because he got his payout.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
That's my official off the
wall
prediction.
I'm a Gibson guy. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and last year Kyle was great. Couldn't have been better. It was really important for that clubhouse. And if they've really done a 180 and they think Michael McGreevy is a big league starter now, I can't imagine a guy who they would more want stapled to him for a full season than Kyle Gibson.
Good point.
Makes total sense.
Before I shuffle out of here, I do two things. I want to do a little plugs. Number one, the Baseball Writers Dinner is on January 19th at the MAC. Tickets are on sale. We are running a special now where if you buy tickets to this year's dinner, after dinner is over, you will get an email with a code for $25 off your ticket for next year's dinner. We are eager to have folks come out. The 85 World Series team is going to be heavily featured. So our VIP event this year is Ricky Horton hosting a Q&A with Todd Morrell and Vince Coleman. So that'll be a lot of fun. Mesa Wynn's going to be there. Brendan Donovan is going to be there. Tony Vitello is going to be there to accept an award. So a lot of people in orange are going to be showing up. Frank the Burrito is going to be there. Bernie, I'm sure you've known Frank for a very long time.
Sure.
He'll be there, accepting an award this year as well. So going to be a really fun program. That program is always a lot of fun. If you're a Cardinals fan, sincerely, if you are a Cardinals fan, you owe it to yourself to go to the dinner at least. If it's not this year, I get it. But you should go in a future year. If you want to wait for a winner, you should go this year. But if you want to go, you do owe it to yourself to go at least once. The second thing I'm going to plug real quick is a story that you can't read right now, but you will be able to read tomorrow morning. And I'm going to go ahead and spoiler preview this for you here now.
All right.
I reached out a couple of months ago to Palm Beach County after the Cardinals said that they were doing all this spending in Florida. They're doing all these expenditures. I reached out to Palm Beach County and said, "Hey, do you by chance have public records about how much money you're spending on this facility?" Turns out that they do. And a couple of months later, I got back a financing agreement from Palm Beach County outlining their cost outlay.
Whoa.
Florida's cost outlay and the cost outlay for the joint conglomeration of the Cardinals and the Marlins. And so tomorrow morning there will be a story in the News Democrat that covers that. The other thing that's important, a little detail about that story, is that the documents in Florida, when you're signing a contract, apparently you have to get a sign off from everybody who has at least 5% ownership interest in the company. The Cardinals ownership has never really, as far as I can tell, been publicly broken down. I can tell you there are at the 2022, there were 6 people who had at least the Cardinals. And those are named and enumerated in tomorrow morning's story. So you should go ahead.
See, that's why I subscribe to have a digital subscription to the Belleville News Democrat.
See, and we appreciate it.
That's some good stuff.
It comes to your house from Indianapolis. We're really glad that you have the digital.
Well, Jeff, we look forward to reading that tomorrow. Thanks for the quick preview, then. Obviously, thank you for your time tonight. We always appreciate it. We'll talk soon, Jeff, but have a great holidays, and we'll probably see you 2025 then.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime. Very good to see y'all.
Thanks for stopping in.
Jeff Jones is outstanding. I'm gonna steal him, or I'm gonna borrow him as I got to do a live stream of my own on my
Yeah.
YouTube channel. I haven't done it yet. And my viewers keep saying, when are you going to start doing live stream? Why don't you have the Dealing with the Cards guys on? Why don't you get Jeff Jones on? Why don't you get? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm afraid, you know. So that's one of my things for 2025, live streaming.
Yeah.
You guys love doing it, right?
It's
Oh,
amazing.
so fun.
Yeah.
It's really because you can see the live chat going on right now. It's really fun to be interactive with people on.
We do that thing, when Cam works with the Gas House Gang, and I'm not trying to make it a gratuitous plug. It's really cool. I mean, 5 days a week.
Oh, it's super fun
for about 45 minutes, Monday through Friday. And it's all 4 of us in the sports department on Mondays, and it's all Cardinals talk. And then it's 2 of us, like changing the combination the rest of the week. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
It is. Well, so real quick, I want to remind you that this is a charity live stream. And so throughout the evening, you can donate at the pinned comment in the link, or link in the pinned comment in the comments as you go through. All the proceeds go to Big League Impact. And we're doing giveaways throughout the night. And so we're going to do our first giveaway of the night, which is a Topps complete set. I don't know how many packs are in here, but it's got to be a ton. And Andrew has drawn the winner, and it is Daniel Miller. So Daniel Miller, we will get your information. We'll get this sent out to you. We've got plenty of other prizes going throughout the night, including a signed Carlos Beltran bat, a game-used Johnny Peralta broken bat that's signed as well, a Futures game Nolan Gorman jersey that's signed by him, a signed baseball from Adam Wainwright, and maybe some other things as well. Also, if you're in the St. Louis area and want to swing by 314 tonight, again, you can come hang out with us live. We're giving out packs and signed Victor Scott pictures as well by him when he was here recently. And so you can get those if you donate and come in live. So appreciate you, Danny Miller, for donating. You can donate throughout the night, and appreciate all the donations so far. So guys, I'd be interested, we've got a little bit of time here before I think Brooke's our next guest. And we'd love to just kind of reflect a little bit of some of the stuff that Jeff shared there.
Sure.
And one of the things that I'm really intrigued by, and Bernie, I think you've done a really good job with this. And we can take this off now since we don't have it all. So
that's nice.
That's
a little
true.
break here.
I gotta be honest, guys, the echo and hearing myself talk and
Super weird.
Yeah, that's why I stammered a couple times, because I was hearing myself.
Hearing myself, I'm
I
like,
know.
whoa. But talking about, you've done a great job of talking about the payroll is not the main issue.
It really is.
And it's if the Cardinals win like the Cleveland Guardians do or the Tampa Bay Rays do on a smaller payroll, at the end of the day, I think we'll all be excited about that. I think the worry for Cardinal fans is that in a market like St. Louis, you should be able to do both, where you do player development really well and you also invest in the club at the big league level. And I think I've been someone who kind of thought okay, I get the idea of a 1-year reset, but they'll get back to kind of being that 10th, 11th, 12th in spending, maybe a little bit higher in years where they think they can go for it, but also be really strong in player development at the same time. Some of the things that's been happening so far, they're hell-bent on cutting payroll right now down to the studs as much as possible. The names they're bringing in, I kind of thought, they're just trying to be savvy, but also reinvest in the club at the same time. But I'm starting to think there's a world coming where the Cardinals really do operate on one of those, I don't know if Tampa Bay type payrolls are what we're talking about here, but that 130, 140, 120 is kind of the range they're looking at. And that they're going to have to adopt a model where they can't re-sign players to large contracts. They can't keep their guys around anymore. And that they have to kind of go with the whole youth movement all the time. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
And Sam, I would just again, throw my, experience, covering the whole DeWitt operation from literally day one. The beautiful thing that he did, and everyone knows this, but just to remind people, his hiring of Jeff Luna was a stroke of genius, because he just realized that, listen, Paul Chocany's made all these great trades for, McGuire and Edmonds, Darryl, Kyle, right on down the line rolling. But it's unrealistic to think you can keep making these trades that are steals because other organizations are getting smarter and smarter and smarter. And they're going to start keeping their own players, or they're going to raise the cost of you doing business. And the thing of it is, we need a self-sustaining model where we're going to get back to what the Cardinals did. We're going to draft better, develop better. We're going to have a largely homegrown roster, and then that will keep talent will continue to funnel to St. Louis, and then we supplement it by picking spots where we really need help, and that's where we spend money, and that's where we get aggressive. And I had a 2.5, maybe 3 hour conversation with Bill DeWitt about that very thing when he was explaining what they were doing with Luna. They can still do the same thing. Yeah. See, that model, the structure of that model or that philosophy still will work.
Yeah.
And the key, and this is where Chaim Bloom, this is the one thing, honestly, I don't know about him. And I'm a fan of the hiring, as you guys know.
Yeah.
The one thing we don't know about him, okay, the Cardinals get close. And the player development changes are starting to reach fruition, but they still need a little more, right? How's he going to do when it comes to making a big trade to like where something's really on the line? Is he going to have, is he going to have the guts to do it? Yeah. Is he going to take risks, or is he going to be risk averse?
Yeah.
You can be too risk averse. Sometimes you have to do something where you're like going, whew, I hope that works out. But that's how great trades are made too. It's not supposed to be easy. And you're not supposed to go into the thing where you're like, well, I have to win it or I don't want to do it. And I think, frankly, that's one of the problems John Mozeliak got into. He had to win every trade. And that's why, Derrick Goold, who wandered in, he can correct me, but that's why I think Mo was having a harder time connecting with some of the younger executives in the game. Because it's just like, well, they're so used to winning everything, this guy's impossible to deal with because he doesn't just want to make a good trade that's going to help everybody. He wants to annihilate you or something.
Yeah.
So, but that's kind of one of my questions about that. This model can work, but to your point, there's going to come a time where they need to spend some money and they need to do something bold and big. Can Chaim Bloom do that? So I didn't mean to monopolize the conversation. What do you think, Sandy?
Well, yeah, I think you're making a great point here. And the other thing, and I think that's layered in with this, is Cardinals fans expect stars on their team.
Sure. Like
Cardinals fans are so used to that. And this regime in particular loves to speak about the fact that the Cardinals have had a Hall of Famer in uniform almost every year of their existence. Cardinals fans are just used to having stars to watch. Whether you grew up during the Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols era, whether you're a newer fan and you're talking about seeing Goldie and Arenado, or whether you're someone who's been watching the team for a lot longer and you got to watch Stan Musial or someone else play, they've had stars on the team forever. And so if you're talking about a team that goes full youth movement and then is unable to keep those players, the Cardinals could be a competitive team. But if you're building them like the Rays every year, I still think you might have a lot of fans that aren't interested. Because at the end of the day, I'm not sure Cardinals fans want to watch a bullpen of names that they don't really know and they don't really appreciate, lockdown games and feature heavily. And I'm not sure they want to watch platoon bats nearly as much as they want to watch stars anchor their lineup. And maybe we're spoiled. Maybe it's because we're used to that.
No.
Maybe that's a sign of a fan base that isn't in touch with the modern game. But I think,
And I think there's a world, it could be both and, right?
Absolutely.
2006, look at 2011.
They have to be committed to doing both, though.
Yeah,
and if you're trying to rip Eric Fetty $7 million off, come on.
Which 2025 is just a hard barometer, right?
Sure.
We know that all the uncertainty with revenues, even if you disagree with it, I get the thought process there. I think the part I'm interested in a cautious way is what does 2026, 2027, 2028 look like? And Jeff asked earlier, and I thought it was really interesting. We're all kind of talking about when did the perception change about Mo? I think it really is interesting. You do look at the late 2010s, and he was after the passing of Oscar Taveras, he went out and got Jason Hayward. He went out and got Marcell Ozuna. Both of those things kind of bit them, and then they turn around and they get really gun shy about things. They start hoarding their prospects.
Absolutely.
And I think it'd be really interesting to have known how Chaim Bloom would have run this offseason with Boston, because you've seen what their farm system looks like right now. They are primed to be an aggressive team. If this is what he can turn the Cardinals into, would they be a team that just kind of holds on to Kyle Teel, Marcelo Mayer, all these guys at once? Or would he be the guy who would make the Garrett Crochet trade to go in on something too? I mean, I don't know.
That's what we're going to have to find out about.
Yeah.
I think the stuff that he does well, he does very, very well. But can he get out of his comfort zone? And we don't know what that comfort zone is for him. Mr. Andrew Wang is making gestures. I don't know
I got to pay attention to our producer here. Am I volume a little bit better now?
I think you're fine, but some of our viewers are saying that you're a little too soft. So maybe just project a little bit more.
I also apologize. I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is just shot in general right now.
My big mouth is coming through loud and clear, right? Yeah, I hope.
We're all good.
All right.
We're good.
What about, the one thing, I've had this conversation with Bill DeWitt, I really have a lot of times, and he really does believe in big stars. And he's sincere about that. Now, listen, he also missed out on a chance to do that. I know it's a big regret they've had. I know Bill DeWitt III has said it, especially. They had a chance to sign Max Scherzer when he was leaving the Tigers, and they took a pass because they were afraid, he's probably going to break down the way he throws the ball and all this other stuff. they've had a couple of opportunities that they let slip by, and I think they really regret it. But Bill DeWitt Jr. was a driving force on the trade for Goldschmidt and Arenado. In fact, Bill DeWitt Jr. was the one who closed that deal on Arenado because, as Derrick Goold and others have reported, the complexities of that deal were just, wow. I mean, migraine headaches because the finances, the no trade, this and that, the deferred money. I mean, you had to keep the Players Association happy. You can't. But Bill DeWitt got together with Charlie Montfort, who's a really good friend of his, the owner of the Rockies, and they hammered the thing out. I mean, it took the owner to really close the deal. And I'm not trying to take any credit away from Mo because Mo didn't give up all that much on the trade. But I think Bill DeWitt, here's my informed opinion on that in terms of like the Tampa Bay and the Cleveland model.
Yeah.
This was a conversation we had a while back, and this should be encouraging to Cardinals fans because Bill DeWitt was saying how much he admired the way Tampa Bay and Cleveland are able to just, in effect, overachieve based on their payroll, and they do it all the time and over and over and over again. He said, but the one thing he said is that you develop these players and they're starting to turn into stars, and then the Tampa Bay and Cleveland trade those guys.
Yeah.
And he was basically saying, like, I can't imagine that we would, if we had that kind of thing that they're having, I can't imagine that we would develop players and then just like basically not hesitate to trade them like when they were starting to make money. So because he said in St. Louis, you need stars. We got to have stars. That's what this whole franchise is predicated on, going back to the beginning of time. And
absolutely.
So I think he still gets it. And I think I know that he's very, very disappointed by the way this thing has slipped. And I think he's really determined, and he's much more involved than some people think. I think he's really determined to make this right. So that gives me encouragement, and I hope that I'm correct about that.
Can I ask a follow-up to that real quick?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Bill DeWitt III in that scenario too? Because I think Jeff brought up a really interesting point about the second generation ownership within baseball. And I mean, Jeff's clearly done his research on that. I haven't really thought through that process before, but do you feel that same intensity from Bill DeWitt III on this as well that Junior has?
I'm in the minority too, and when we have Derrick Goold on in a little while, I definitely want to ask him about Bill DeWitt III. I think he's an interesting guy. I think he's underestimated a little bit. I think he's incredible in terms of his respect and his knowledge and the importance of Cardinals history and how it's really important for the Cardinals to continue to build on that and build on that. I think he has the same problem, frankly. And if he was sitting here tonight, I'd ask him about this. He's just not very good speaking in public, and it's not easy to warm up to him. If you away from press conferences and TV interviews and radio interviews, things like that, I find him to be pretty engaging and really smart guy. But listen, this is a communication age. You have to be good.
Yeah.
At messaging, you have to be able to communicate in a way where people at home are like, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, hey, I like this guy.
Yeah.
He has a hard time pulling that off. Does that mean he can't do a good job when the day comes he takes over the Cardinals? I don't preclude that, but boy, they're going to have some dynamic people in the organization that can compensate. Yeah.
Well, maybe it starts with not firing PR guys when the budget gets cut, going back to the conversation with Jeff.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think it's possible the Cardinals are maybe a better comparison than if everything's working correctly with the Braves, a team that develops their young players then keeps them? Like, is that the model that they need to follow? Because I agree. I don't think it's sustainable for the Cardinals to develop stars and then trade them away. I think fan interest, you'd lose a lot of fan interest here.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think the Braves are a great thought in terms of connecting what the possibilities are for this new model that Bill DeWitt is developing by bringing in Chaim Bloom. So I think it's I think Atlanta offers something they should aspire to.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we'll continue this conversation going throughout the night, but it sounds like Jim Hayes is ready to join us in.
Jim Hayes.
Let's go.
My guy.
Andrew, are we good? Jim, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We got you.
Hey,
First thing I want to say, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I'm sorry for the bland background because we don't do Zooms anymore. I used to have a tapestry, so I put this up there in the background. It's a Funko Pop Yachty, and also I like to bring props. I'm like a Carrot Top. And also, here's a DVD collection of Three's Company. So that'll be my background.
That's incredible.
Thumbs up.
Hey, so we just saw you change your X handle the other day to Regional Sports Networks guy. You've had a big change this offseason with even your own affiliation. How does it feel to be a part of the FanDuel Sports Network now?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, it's great. I'm glad we were able to emerge. And just remember, I'm just speaking as the bottom tier guy. I'm not speaking for the company. But things look good. And I think the main thing that they did, which is great for Cardinal fans, is they figured out a way where if your carrier doesn't have Cardinals baseball, you can stream it through the app, I'm told, at a reasonable price. So all these Cardinal fans that were left holding the bag. And look, the landscape has changed for all sports in the way it's covered by television. And while, I had to kind of bite my lip a little bit when people were killing Bally's, it was going on all over the place. But thankfully, we're emerging from that. And as I understand it, we're going to have Cardinals baseball on television, kind of the way they were. Only with maybe some guys that were there the last couple of years not there. Look, I got to tell you, and I wonder how Bernie feels. Like, it's been rough the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And with this group, there's a chance they could be maybe a little better. But to me, it all boils down to what Walker is and what Gorman is. I honestly think if those two guys are real, think of the lineup, because there's a lot of guys we know.
Yeah.
Mason Wynn is going to be good. Donovan's going to be good. Newt's going to have to step up. And then, guys like Palante, maybe he can be better. The rotation was kind of middle of the road last year. Bullpen's still very good. Maybe there's a chance that we'll have some fun this year. That's what I'm hoping for.
There's great potential in that lineup. It's potential, so it needs to be converted into results, but it's there. And I go back and forth about my confidence level in Gorman and Walker, and whether Nootbaar can stay healthy enough to play 140, 145 games, and whether Siani can, in fact, start to continue hitting the way he was before, whether Victor Scott can accelerate. I mean, what's Sajaci going to look like? What is Mason Wynn's ceiling? Can Burleson finish strong? He was having a good year and it kind of tapered off. There's things you can see that tell you it can happen. It doesn't mean, of course, it will happen. And I wonder what kind of difference the hitting coach will make. And I know that we all put too much on the hitting coach, but from what I've read, Jim Hayes, about Brant Brown's philosophy and what he believes and the way he's connecting with Cardinals hitters, it sounds like his message is really good and something that I think maybe fits exactly what they need in a hitting coach. I hope I'm correct about that.
It seems like it could be fun, but here's the other side. Now, I gave you rights holder stuff. I think Palante is going to win 15. I think Palante is going to win 15 games. I think Mason Wynn might hit 23, 24 homers. I think he's just scratching. He's just scratching the surface. And I'm not talking about a guy who will overswing like we've seen in the past. What I'm talking about is a guy who's got natural pull side power that he's just tapping, and he's getting bigger and stronger. The downside is if you take, which, we're not sure, but if Arenado's not there, certainly Goldie's not there at first, there might be a lot of balls kicking by guys. I think the defensive side of that is a concern.
I wonder if something that's not thought about enough yet, and I know it's too early to put expectations on the Quinn Matthews, right? Like, we don't want to think too hard about that or Tink Hence. But when was the last time that the Cardinals had an arm that was that exciting? 2019, Jack Flaherty, or I guess a little bit before that when he debuted. But how impact the young arm like that with the kind of upside that they have joining a rotation, not only the young bats like a Nolan Gorman or Jordan Walker, but if a Quinn Matthews does come up and is ready to be not just a member of the rotation, but an impact arm, if Tink Hence can make that kind of impact at some point, if Michael McGreevy can be more of a middle of the rotation guy, if there's some improvements on the pitching side of things that could happen. Jim, does that resonate with you at all?
So I think back, you guys mentioned Flaherty. Reyes was another guy who had all the potential in the world, ran into injuries. But this season, because you're kind of kicking the tires a bit on guys, I don't want to push anyone.
Yeah.
Because it's been so long since we've seen a pitcher like that with potential come to fruition, I don't want to see him push too much, but they certainly have guys in the rotation that I think can be a tick better. The younger, what we saw from McGreevy, and granted, tiny sample size, but I mean, he looked good. I mean, he checked a lot of
Yeah.
boxes. There are guys you can look at and say maybe this is the guy. Hence has had some injuries. As I understand it, he's gotten bigger and stronger, which you want to see for a guy who's run into some injuries. But there are some interesting guys that could make it an interesting year, and it just has a dip. Like at first, this is the weirdest offseason. Bernie, you can probably agree.
It sure
like,
is.
We're waiting every year. We're waiting for, are they going to go? Are they moving on this guy? They're moving, and now we're waiting for guys to leave. Usually, we're waiting for guys to walk in the door.
Yeah.
And it is strange. And the Arenado thing is because the Cardinals right now, are not adding talent, to your point, Jim. It's more about, well, Goldie's gone. Okay. Are they going to find a deal that'll make everyone happy, including Arenado, for Arenado? And then they'll be moving some players in to third base, second base, whatever. And then you can see people already in the system will have a more profound role. But it is strange that the discussion has changed entirely from what we're used to, adding. And now it's sort of like subtracting and then now what type thing, And they're going to be a bit of a mystery, even though we know all the players are going to be using last year. But there's a lot.
And there's still a question of who fits where. Okay,
right.
So like Wilson Contreras is going to be at first. Okay, I get that, but you kind of thought maybe, someone like Burleson could get some time at first base. Maybe Walker. Okay, Gorman's at third, but then where does that put some other guys? One of the problems last year is they did have a little too much redundancy with guys, and I think they've fixed some of that. I wonder if there's more guys that are going to move to maybe alleviate more of that.
And and I do believe there's stuff to look forward to. And listen, I've been as critical as anybody could be about a lot of things going on with the Cardinals, so I don't hesitate to speak my mind. But I also try to be fair. But I'm legitimately excited about J.J. Weatherholt. I think he can be the Cardinals' Bryce Harper. People say, what are you talking about? It isn't so much that I expect him to hit 40 home runs. He's got that personality. You talk about star appeal, natural charisma, pardon the cliche. He's got that swagger about him, and it's like the kid goes up there and you just, you know what he's thinking. Like, I'm the best there is. Ain't nobody going to get me out. He's got that whole demeanor. They need that. They don't have a lot of team confidence. So I look forward to the day the young lad gets up here. I think he can do a lot in terms of maybe transforming their personality. They need a lead dog like that, and it's got to be one of the young guys. Am I nuts, Jim, for thinking that?
No, I agree with you, and I think that was maybe part of the chemistry issues last season. I certainly think Mason Wynn has some of that.
Yes.
And certainly he's a guy, what we've seen so far, you want to build around. But here's something about Ollie Marmol. And Bernie, I think we're on the same page on this. I'm just telling you, the players like playing for Ollie Marmol. I'm glad he's getting another shot. Now, this could be make or break. He understands that. I'm quite certain, too. You got a new president of baseball ops waiting in the wings, and they're going to let Ollie take the young guys and see what he could do with them. And Ollie's looking forward to that challenge. And Ollie's one of those guys where he's like, yeah, it's on me. Now it's on me, and we'll see what happens. And I'm just glad that we're going to get to see that, because I think that's a misnomer with fans. The players like playing for Ollie.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I had a chance to visit with him recently, and he's really fired up about all the changes that are being made. Like, he's already connected in a really good way with all the new people that Chaim Bloom's bringing in. And he's excited because he's basically saying in so many words, now there's full alignment in this organization. I mean, the minor league staff, they're totally in tune. They're in lockstep with the major league staff. Everyone's working on the same things. It's inclusive. They want everyone to be involved. It's not kind of like, oh, well, that's their department. I have something I'd like to say, but that's their department. I better stay out of that. The new guys, Serfolio and all of them, they have made it very clear it's very much an open door policy. wherever they want all input because they want everyone aligned, majors, minors, where everyone's working together rather than maybe sticking in their silos, And I think that's overdue. No disrespect to all the people that have worked here in the past. I think that's long overdue, and that can only help.
I agree. Like I said, I think there's a lot of things to be excited about. Understanding that if some of the like A and B has to work, or C will be a disaster.
Right.
But one of the things I think they have a nice buffer. They have a really good bullpen, and I tweeted this because I'm selfish and I'm going to be at games and I want to enjoy them. But I love watching Helsley close out games. So I understand long term. If you don't trade Helsley, you're crazy. If he's back, I'm thankful because I might see an immaculate inning. No one else is going to show me that.
Well, plus, Jim, you're in the entertainment industry, right? Huh?
Right.
For the Cardinals are going to play the big room, and you're going to be like the MC of it all. I mean, you need stars, baby. You got to help Jim Hayes out, right?
That's right.
Jim is the CEO of entertainment here on the broadcast. I think something that we were talking about Jeff Jones earlier, and even right before you came on, is what is it going to take for fan interest to get back to where it was before? What do you think in 2025 the Cardinals can prove to their fans that make them want to come back to the ballpark? Tune in on the live streams, tune in the new app function. What is it going to take to build up fan interest again?
So I think winning is certainly a part of the equation, but I think it has to be a more entertaining style of baseball. If these young guys, now look, there's going to be with young guys some wins, some losses, some success, some failure. But if it's exciting, I think over the last couple of years, we had a lot of waiting around for like the big homer that wasn't there. And I think the style of baseball, like one of the things that I'd love to see him tap into is steal more bases. Let's go. They got some team speed. Let's use it. But just a more exciting brand of baseball. And if they can do that, I don't think the damage is so big where it's going to take a long time to get the fans back. You had the mad fans because they couldn't see the games on TV. Understandable. You had mad fans because the baseball wasn't up to par. Totally understand. And I'm one that says fans are our customers. The customer's always right. So, let them vent, but I don't think the damage is so bad that it's going to take a long time for them to snap back because Cardinal baseball is so important to St. Louis.
Absolutely.
It's more than just a team. It's part of the fabric. And I'm an outsider. I mean, I came here 47 years ago, whatever it was. But my son was born here, so I consider myself a St. Louis. But the first day, and I've told this story, that I was hired out of Philly. Then I'm in Kansas City for a couple months. I come here and I'm walking my dog, and it's during baseball season, my first day, and I'm walking around my neighborhood in the Central West End, and I could hear every house has the Cardinal game on. Like it could be radio, TV, but I had never seen that before, and it just told me like day one, like this is important, and I never forgot that.
Yeah. Being a St. Louisan who doesn't live in St. Louis all the time anymore, and now that I go to school down in Texas, Waco, whenever I see another person from St. Louis, like, we're wearing Cardinals gear or Blues gear, and, there's kind of a nod, but it's like a shared thing about being here. You're right. Cardinal baseball is integral to the fabric of this city. So the fans will be back. They just have to win some baseball games.
Yeah. Jim,
I also hope the front office has to understand too that like fans want to see better baseball, and they just want to see, like, they want to believe that you're trying to push them in the right direction. That's all they want to see for the short term. Eventually they want another championship.
Yeah.
No, and I can vouch for something. I started, and I'm not doing this as a shameless self-promotion. I started this YouTube channel about 3 months ago or so, and I didn't know how it would go. And one thing I promised that I would provide a lot of Cardinals related content and pretty much everything I do with some rare exceptions. And I have people telling me, look, man, the Cardinals are losing. The Cardinals aren't any good. I don't know why you're doing all this Cardinal stuff. They're boring people. Everyone's just kind of turned off. Like, why are you doing Cardinal? Because people are confusing something. They're confusing the fact that the team has taken a wrong turn, and there's a lot of fans that are upset about that, as they should be, but they mistake that for a lack of interest. I have found, and my friends here from Dealin the Cards would totally agree with this. The interest level, the investment in the Cardinals, not so much with ticket money or maybe watching every game or listening to every game, but the interest level remains incredibly high. And that's why all of us are doing different forms of media on different platforms now, because I find the interest level to be soaring. And in the off season, it soars really high because people crave information. People make a mistake of, they gauge the anger out there and think it means that people don't like the team or they don't care about the team. It's the exact opposite, actually.
I agree with you. And so I'm on Twitter and I joke about my dog Stella and the UFOs. But when I do some about Cardinal baseball, much more interest in it. And I'll be starting up. I did a YouTube last year for the off season because we're switching from Bally's to FanDuel. I had to put it on hold because there are some things we got to work out, as we move forward. I'll do that again. And even when the team wasn't good, even if someone wants to make a comment that the team's awful or this guy's terrible or this should go, the interest is there. So I agree with you 100%, Bernie.
Well, Jim, thanks for your time this evening. Any just off the cuff, I know there's a lot to figure out this offseason still, but what's your vibe? What's your prediction for the 2025 Cardinals? Do you think they're going to surprise people? Do you think the youth movement is actually going to lead to some results on the field, or maybe a little bit of a rocky season ahead of us?
See, this is the kind of thing I'll say here, and then it'll appear on Twitter saying, this didn't age well. But I'm going to say, I think they're going to be competitive and decent. And I think there's going to be a lot of fun watching them. Like I said, the downside could be the pitching isn't enough, starting pitching, which I think it might be. In defense, things like that could hurt them. You're going to have guys moving around different positions. That's the downside of watching balls bounce past position players.
Yeah. Well, Jim, thanks for your time tonight. We always love to be able to talk to the cat. And obviously, check them out on FanDuel Sports next year, live in the app, cable, whatever it is. Jim will make sure the broadcasts are lively and fun to watch, even if the Cardinals maybe frustrate you at times. But, Jim, we appreciate your time tonight.
Thanks for having me on, Bernie. Great seeing you. And Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Take care, Jimmy.
Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
All right.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was fun.
It's always fun to have the cat with us. So we're going to move into another giveaway real quick. It looks like we have over $600 donated so far, so really appreciate the generosity.
600, huh?
The shoes so far.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
This is great. And we've got Brooke Grimsley with us. So, Brooke, if you want to be a part of this giveaway.
Right.
Brooke, how are you doing?
Good. How about you guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We've got you.
Yes. Thank you guys so much for having me on. I was hoping maybe I could be a part of one of these giveaways, but I don't think I can be because these are awesome giveaways that you guys have.
It's pretty crazy stuff.
They are pretty slick. So we're going to give away our next one right now, which is a
Johnny Peralta
game used bat from Johnny Peralta that he's also signed as well. So this is pretty cool. So Andrew just did the giveaway here, and it looks like Benjamin Boyd has won the Johnny Peralta game used broken bat, also autographed. So this is pretty sick. We'll have to figure out how to ship this to you where the bat doesn't break completely in half the whole way. I don't know if you can see up here, but it's a little bit broken. But this is super awesome. So again, thanks for the generosity of donating tonight toward Big League Impact. If you go to the comment section on the stream, there's a pinned comment where you can donate throughout the night. We've still got a signed Carlos Beltran bat.
I've been told that the person who won the bat is here in the shop with us, so we don't have to ship it.
That's big.
Oh, well, that's great. But yeah, so keep pulling it throughout the night. We'll keep going with that. But Brooke, we're super excited to have you on. Just tell us what life's been like with you lately.
Well, first of all, thank you guys so much for having me on. I'm sure everybody is well aware, currently unemployed at the moment. It's just so great to see you guys, Josh, Sandy, and Bernie. Huge fan of your work. I know that we haven't had the chance to meet in person, but when I moved here to St. Louis, you were the first voice that I listened to on top of Randy Carricker. I've always enjoyed listening to you. I'm enjoying your YouTube channel as well and all your work with Scoops with Danny Mac. And so I absolutely love your work. So it's just awesome to be on a panel talking to you guys. And also love everything that you guys are doing with Dealing with the Cards. It's been so much fun just watching you guys grow this channel over the years.
They do a great job. I'm big fans of them, and I'm glad we're all friends. Brooke is a veteran of the news, radio. Every now and then it's kind of like, well, this is your turn now to get to the back of the line. I remember Mike Claiborne, our dear friend, told me one time, the first radio gig I got laid off from, he said, man, don't worry about it. You just got to go to the back of the line for a while. And the way this business is, you just move up and you move up and then you'll be in the front of the line before you know it. So that's life advice from Mike Claiborne. And he, believe me, the Godfather knows. So take this free time as I did when I lost my job at the same station where you lost your job. Take this time to just like enjoy not having the pressure of having to do it every day and kind of breathe in everything. I know you are. You look very happy, and I'm sure you are.
Yeah, no, I have been enjoying just some time off. Of course, I can't stay away from sports, but I've had more time to, of course, pay attention to some other different types of sports. My Titans team is doing horribly right now, so I'd rather not watch the Tennessee Titans. I still do anyways, because for whatever reason, I enjoy the pain of watching it as a lifelong fan. But yeah, it's been good. I know that, you get it. And I've, talked to a lot of people about, this is just the way that the broadcast industry is. And it's something that is just ever changing. And especially how people consume sports is just changing rapidly. I came here to St. Louis starting in TV as a sports anchor and sports reporter. And the way that things have just shifted so dramatically since COVID, it's interesting because we also see how this is affecting the Cardinals, right? We heard them talk about how they're trying to deal with everything with TV and how that's changing, how you have this transition over to streaming, but people are not fully on board, especially with baseball's major audience is still in that kind of higher age range. And so they're still working on engaging that younger audience. And so it's just interesting to see how much the industry is changing rapidly. And like you said, I'm enjoying it. Now, I would say that you would think that I would just take a little bit of a break, but we decided to move in the middle of all this. So it's still been stressful, to say the least.
Well, it's great to have you on. It really is. What's your gut feeling of your opinions about what the Cardinals are doing, how they're going about it, whether the fans will accept it or warm up to it? And I think it'll help everyone if Nolan Arenado gets traded, just because that needs to be a clean break. It would make everyone happy. At least the Cardinals need it, and he needs it. And so, but what will it take for fans to warm up to what the Cardinals are trying to do in 2025, in your opinion?
Well, I've been listening to part of this broadcast that you guys have on. You've had, Jim on and also Jeff Jones. And it sounds like a lot of people, and you guys too, are on the same kind of page about what I'm hearing interacting with lifelong Cardinals fans. And that is that people are on board as long as there's a clear message. So we hear the team say, that they're going to be competitive still in 2025. We're going with this youth movement, but then still we're kind of stuck in this in between of what exactly this roster will look like for next season. I think that one thing specifically that this organization has kind of struggled with, especially in recent years, and you guys can weigh in on this completely, and I might be, wrong on this, but just from my own media perspective and even just looking through from a fan's lens in certain areas, is that I think that sometimes that transparency hasn't fully been there. And I feel like fans are just ready for that to happen. So we're going through this new transition. People understand there's a youth movement. I know that you guys talked about payroll earlier, and I agree with you 100%. This isn't just about payroll. It's about spending the money properly and seeing them get the most, the ROI, the return on investment, and you have Chaim Bloom coming in. So now what does this new era look like with Chaim Bloom soon to take over? You have Mozeliak, who's still going to be a part of the organization, but in a different role. And with this new transition, will they be more transparent with the fans? That's what I hear over and over again, is that fans just want more transparency about what this plan is. And also, you can't pull the wool over fans' eyes here. Fans here in St. Louis are the smartest sports fans that I've ever interacted with. This is why I wanted to come to this market. And I'm not just saying that because I'm trying to get another job, okay? Like, I'm trying to, get it, trying to just say that. But literally, when St. Louis was one of the cities that I was looking at, and there's a job opportunity, there's other cities, and I already knew that St. Louis had a passionate sports fan base. You can't just say, oh, everything's fine, don't look over here. I think as long as you're just very transparent with this fan base, fans will be on board with anything.
Yeah.
And you do have some young, exciting talent. I'm excited for Mason Wynn. I hope that Jordan Walker will be able to be better in 2025 and they keep him up in 2025. And of course, that's based on performance too. But I think that fans would be on board with just transparency and honesty.
Yeah, Brooke, I think most people can agree at this point. Fans seem to be pretty disillusioned and pretty done with the John Mozeliak era at this point. No matter how people feel about how it should and how we should feel about his tenure with the Cardinals, at this point, most people are just kind of done with it. Going back retroactively to the end of the season press conference, Chaim Bloom is announced as the president of baseball in waiting, and John Mozeliak gets another year. And now you see how the offseason played out, where it's mostly just trying to get rid of Arenado, cutting payroll. Do you think it's been in the benefit of Bloom in the organization long term that he's gotten to be in the little bit behind the scenes and in the background as of late? Or do you think fans and maybe the overall excitement level and engagement would have been maybe brought up a little bit by the idea of just transitioning leadership now and allowing Chaim Bloom to make these decisions? Or do you think maybe even shielding him from these decisions has been maybe the best call? What's just been your thought process on this really interesting transition plan? Because for the most part, you don't really see a president in baseball in waiting happen, right? Usually someone gets fired and then they have to jump right in, take the reins. But Bloom's been here a year. He's going to be here another year before he takes over. Do you like what the Cardinals have done this plan so far? Do you think from a PR perspective, through what you're trying to get the fans to be engaged with, that it was kind of a mistake at this point?
So I think it's really interesting, and it's a great question that you asked, Josh, because when they first announced it, and I was at that press conference with Chaim Bloom as well, I found it really interesting because I was like, wait a minute, it's not like Chaim Bloom doesn't have any experience with being in this role. Why are you not just going ahead and transitioning him? It's not like you have to baby step, ease him into this. He's shown that he's capable of doing this before. So it seems like they really want him just to focus on the player development side. And I get what you're asking too, because we talked about it all the time on the opening drive about having Mo fatigue, that a lot of fans just have Mo fatigue. It happens all the time with every sports organization. We see it all the time where you just have that one messenger for so long and people just get tired of hearing things from that person and they just do not believe them or want to hear from them anymore. I do still just personally find it a little confusing that we just don't go ahead and transfer over to this Chaim Bloom era. And I'm interested to see how that even looks at the trade deadline, because if Mozeliak's still at the helm around that time next year, then is it going to be Chaim Bloom making decisions at the trade deadline that will affect, his tenure and what his journey will look like with the Cardinals? Or will it be Mozeliak who's still front facing with those decisions? I think that that's kind of a peculiar situation that the Cardinals have put themselves in, because a lot of the decisions now, like what we're talking about with this very stagnant offseason for the Cardinals and just waiting around and then even approaching the trade deadline, those are all things that are going to affect Chaim Bloom and his era.
Yeah, I think one thing about that is I can only speak for myself. Like I'm one of the loudmouths that keep saying, look, Ryan Helsley's going to leave as a free agent and Eric Fetty's going to leave as a free agent. You have a year. This is a transition year. Listen, get something for them now. Like cash in on them when their value is really, really high. And then then it seems like the Cardinals are inclined to keep them. They may be posturing to try to get more offered. I don't know. But what I always wonder about, it's like, well, and people ask me and I don't have an answer. They say, listen, we know that John Mozeliak technically will be making the decision whether to trade one or both of those guys. But is this something that he really wants to know what Chaim Bloom thinks? And does Chaim Bloom have a real strong opinion about it? Is this going to be a mutual decision where they're both, yes, this is what we should do or not do? I don't know how that's working out. I would assume they're working together on things that will affect Chaim Bloom's first year on the job, but who knows? It's kind of a mystery, and we may not know the whole story. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that that's a very fair question, and I'm still confused because when I was at that press conference, there were still no clear answers of how exactly that would work. I mean, of course, Mozeliak said that they'd work in tandem, but still that's kind of confusing to understand unless we're behind the scenes, which is a part of that transparency that I was talking about of what exactly is going on
Yeah.
with this transition. I think another question that I have for you guys, and I just find this so interesting, and this is another big takeaway I had from that press conference with the DeWitts, with Mozeliak, with Chaim Bloom, and this is one that I was able to ask towards the end that I still just didn't feel completely clear about, is how did we even get to this point? Player development has been such a big part of the Cardinals organization and history. How did we get to this point within the organization that you have to re-emphasize player development within your own system? I mean, when I think of the Cardinals, I think of all the great talent that they've been able to produce on their own. And I understand that trends come and go within Major League Baseball, but I mean, of course, what organization would not, want to deal with having to spend a bunch of money to bring in a free agent when you can have all that talent within your house? So you're not always going to hit a home run with every single player that you have coming through your organization. But I think it was pretty clear in that press conference that they realized that they had dropped the ball on player development, and now they have to get back to it. It's just my question is, why did they even get to that point? That just kind of seems to be something synonymous with the Cardinals organization.
It was too bad.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I saw something on Twitter the other day, and it was screenshots of the Cardinals' top prospects in like 2016, 2017, and 2018. And it's a bunch of guys that we were all high on at the time, and just like literally zero of them panned out. When you're talking about Alex Reyes, Delvin Perez, like these names, they were guys that they're toolsy, they're exciting, they're power arms, and just none of them worked out. And so I guess to respond to your question with a question is, do you think that it's possible that the Cardinals are just some bad luck and a couple of injuries away from never having reached this point at all? Let's say Alex Reyes isn't the most injury-prone person of all time. He could easily have turned into an ace. Some of these other guys that had career-ending injuries or just rotten luck. Is there a chance that the Mo fatigue never sets in if these guys develop and work out?
That's a tough one, because of course you wish you could go back in time and tell Alex Reyes not to, especially if you guys remember one of those injuries
the
was
TV.
Yeah. And so you wish you could go back in time where that didn't happen, but it's hard to know. I mean, and that's the thing that is hard for any organization, is you're not going to be able to get it right with every single player. I mean, even look at how everything has played out with Jordan Walker. I think that obviously if you could kind of read the tea leaves, I wouldn't even say tea leaves, they're pretty clear about it, about their vision for Jordan Walker and the plan with the organization, and it just didn't pan out that way. And I hope that there is definitely still enough time where they can get the most out of Jordan Walker and he can be this, but I don't think that he is turning out to be the player that they want to be. Now, I don't think they put him in the right position to succeed in a lot of those situations, but it's hard to tell. And I don't know. I mean, I think that especially on the pitching side too, you think about all the arms that they were able to really grow in the past. And I think they obviously want to get back with that with Chaim Bloom. And I don't know, Bertie, maybe are you familiar with if they're working on a pitching lab? I heard there was talks about it. So I didn't know if that was something that was actually coming into fruition soon.
They absolutely say they are, but again, I don't know the timetable. We're going to have Derrick Goold sit down with us in a little while, so he'll probably know more of that than any of us. But I know they're full bore on all that stuff, and I know that Ali Marmol is excited about it because it's something that he was hoping the organization would do. No, I think Bill DeWitt Jr. is all in on this, and I know John Mozeliak sort of threw out a general figure about what all this would cost. I think actually the price tag is larger than they let on, because I think Bill DeWitt's pretty fired up to make sure this never happens again. Because you were right, what you said earlier. This was his baby. This is what Bill DeWitt was great at. And it was part of the Cardinals' history. They've always, when they've been good, it's always because of a great farm system. They let it slide. I really don't know why. It's a mystery to me.
Yeah.
When I get a chance to sit down with Bill at some point, I'm going to ask him to take me through it, how this happened. But he has seen the light. And so that means a full commitment to everything they need to get their minor league in their operation, up to speed, up to contemporary standards. And it's overdue, but at least it's now happening.
Brooke, we really appreciate your time tonight jumping
Thanks,
on.
Brooke.
I want to ask you one question on the way out. You kind of alluded to it, and Sandy talked about it a little bit with his questions, but clearly they can't go back and fix the Alex Reyes situation. They can't change what happened with Jack Flaherty, Delvin Perez, these guys.
Untrade for Ozuna.
They can't untrade for Ozuna. They can set the groundwork and set J.J. Weatherholt up for success, Quinn Matthews for success, whoever they draft number 5 next year for success. But those tweener guys, Nolan Gorman, Jordan Walker, the ones who were developed in the old regime but will be a part of the new regime probably going forward, what is your optimism that a Gorman, a Walker, Newbar seems to be more injury related than performance related, but that these guys that are kind of stuck between the phases can actually get their career back on track? Or are you kind of pessimistic at this point that Jordan Walker can hit on his potential? Nolan Gorman can be a consistent middle of the order bat?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And of course, that's up to the players and the organization. And that's why I am excited that they are refocusing on player development, because that's something that still directly affects those guys and those players that you're talking about that are on the rise. But when it comes to Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker, I think that's where the transparency, I know I keep saying it, but that's where the transparency comes back around. Give them defined roles, defined goals, and I think that that's something that will really help them succeed. I mean, for Jordan Walker, if you think about it, they didn't have him working in the outfield until they moved Harrison Bader. And so he's kind of been in a really tough position from the start with this organization. And I feel like they still can get the most out of him. It's just building back probably up that trust in a lot of different ways of, okay, this is your defined role. This is the goal that we have for you. And we're going to do everything it takes to help you achieve it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, Brooke, we appreciate your time tonight. I know
Thanks, Brooke.
Speak on behalf of
Thank
Bernie,
you.
myself, Sandy, everyone watching right now. We
Merry
can't wait to
Christmas
see
to
you
you.
back on the
You and
radio,
your
or
family.
whatever your next opportunity looks like. We're all Brooke Grimsley fans, and
Absolutely.
so thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
See you, Brooke.
Merry Christmas, Brooke.
Bye. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right. What a wonderful guest. It's really
Yes.
good to do that. So
This
to have
been
her
great.
on.
So we're actually going to turn our attention to our first live, or I guess we had Devin earlier, but an in-person opportunity here. Derrick, just it's great to meet you. in
Yeah,
person
nice to meet
for
you
the
too.
time. And,
You know Josh Jacobs, right?
Yeah.
Sandy McMillan, Andrew
Yeah.
Wang.
I think I met Andrew in person.
okay.
Before.
Andrew does
Most-
those vicious thumbnails on my.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Let's get the headphones
They're
off.
funny, man. They're
That's
funny.
good.
Oh man.
Makes me laugh.
That's
Anyway,
good.
how you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, doing good. So, so the future film Academy Award-winning director is
Yeah.
He's back home for the holidays.
Back home for the holidays. Yeah, for a few weeks. Already regretting the weather.
That's cool.
You know, but
USC Film School, but I'm not going to ask, of course, but I can only imagine what that costs.
yeah. It's something. It's very difficult to get into, and once you do, you find ways, and they find ways, and you kind of earn it. So it's good.
Listen, your time is valuable, and even when you're off, you're never really off. So as someone who kind of knows the life of a beat writer, especially one as dedicated and driven, and frankly, as nuts as you are.
Yeah, I'm aging out of that.
No, you are. No, I know that I just want to thank you for coming, not just agreeing to participate, but you even said, "Well, I'll come out." How's that?
Yeah. Well, I could do some Christmas shopping.
Well, there you go. You
Yeah.
got some
Well,
cards.
I brought you card.
There it is.
There you go.
It's a rookie card, huh?
Yeah, I won't ever get another one.
Is this mine?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I got to find a way to put
I
it
don't
in.
know if you had one. Or
No,
not.
I don't think I did. And when I do my next YouTube, which will be tomorrow,
Yeah.
definitely going to put that on camera.
There you go.
So,
Thanks.
thank you.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you. Great Derrick Goold.
Well, Derrick, it's been a crazy offseason for you,
Yeah.
I'm sure, so far. Recapping, even going back to the end of season press conference and the plan to be announced and how things have transpired so far. Is there anything that surprised you so far? Anything that shocked you about how things have played out to this point?
I mean, I think that they didn't exactly get the I'll go somewhere response from some of the veterans. I think there's been some kind of tectonic shift a little bit from their plans when they hear from Wilson Contreras. Well, I'd prefer not to move teams, but I'll move positions. Or when they hear from Sonny Gray, I'd prefer not to move teams. I'd like to see this through with you all. I'd like to see where this goes. I think when those guys say that, now they didn't that wasn't completely unexpected, right? The Cardinals were braced for that. John Mozeliak even said that he had kind of a speech worked up, for the guys that he wanted to present to them. I asked him if he'd present it to us. He said at some point in time, I'm still working through it, but he delivered it, as far as the direction the team is going, what it looks like for a few years, how quick they're going to turn around. But you sense a tone shift, from the press conference to the GM meetings when, I was asking, Mo, I was talking to him about like, why now? What's brought this on? And he kind of shifted it a little bit and said, I'm not going to blow the whole thing up. He goes, we might be better than people think. And that echoed kind of what was the vibe around the Cardinals a little bit at those meetings, at the GM meetings, was that, the Cardinals weren't going into this like complete, rebuild. They weren't shedding their entire roster. They're helped by the division they're in. They look a lot different in another division, but they weren't completely, bailing on contending. I thought that was interesting. And I did ask Mo how he felt, if, he had that long run without a losing season, how would he feel if his second losing season was his last losing season, and what kind of echo that would bring? And he said that's not like the goal here. The goal isn't to completely run away from contention. It's to build a better team to contend for championships for a longer time, but not completely retreat from a season. So I think there's been a bit of a tone shift.
I want to ask you this, and it's like their messaging is not your responsibility. And so you'd like to say, well, if I were doing it, this would be my message. You don't think in those terms.
Yeah.
But I find it interesting because, me, I get a lot of public feedback in all my various platforms. And I sense that, like a lot of Cardinals fans, and not all, but a lot of Cardinals fans, I was actually surprised that when the Cardinals came out at the end of the season news conference and they laid out what's going to be happening, this is what we're going to do, and they were pretty transparent.
Yeah.
I think a lot of fans understood it and were willing to give it a chance. And, it's been pretty great around here for a long time. And now the Cardinals took a downturn, and it could have been avoided, which makes people mad. And I get that because I feel the same way. But
yeah,
I thought, like, all of a sudden, their messaging isn't like, well, we feel we really need to do this for the future. And, here's why. And these are the players we need to find out more and more about to know if they're going to be a big part of our future. People are like, well, that makes sense, actually. And to redo the whole minor leagues. But now when Mo goes on KMOX or he talks to you guys or whatever it is, and there's more of that you alluded to that's like creeping in, like, well, we think we can exceed expectations. We think we can do better when people think. We think that we can be like a really competitive team. We think, and he's hinting at being a contender. And my point is, like, you had a lot of the fan base educated as to what your plan was, and I really think reasonable fans got it.
Yeah.
But now you're trying to, like, in effect, inflate hopes that 2025 could be a lot better than expected. Aren't they setting themselves up to, like, basically leave the fans disillusioned again because they're changing the script?
That's the risk, right?
Right.
I think.
Sorry for the long question, by the way.
You make a good point. I think they're trying to tie that the team should be as good as the young players make it.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to create. That's like what between the lines. And Mosela, I mean, obviously, I talked to Bill DeWitt Jr. and said, we're going young. That's the plan. Now, some of that's shifted because they're going to have Wilson at first base. They're still going young at catcher. But they got Sonny Gray to lead the rotation. Eric Fetty's in there. I mean, so it's not entirely young. Miles Miklasz is part of the rotation.
Yeah.
But they're going to go young in measure. And so they're trying to pull off two things. One, reduce expectations from fans, reduce expectations within the clubhouse. And that is something that Mosaic has talked about. And this is a conversation that's been going on for years. I know that Oliver Marmol and I had a long talk, and he references it every so often in Miami during the regular season a few years ago. And I was asking him about, didn't really kind of have a phrase for it, eventually settled on the notion of an opportunity gap. But basically, it's this notion of impatience. Like, they have moved on from young players at a really remarkable clip if they don't produce.
Yeah.
And that is
right away.
Right away. And that's or in the moment of need, right? And that impatience is brought upon by this urgency to win, which has been created either by softening performance or lessening performance from core players or poor starts to the season. There's no other way to say it. They've gotten off to some poor starts in the season, which then intensifies the pressure on which they need to contend. And that has fallen on a lot of the young players. And the young players then don't have the opportunity to fail and then come back and be in the same line. We've seen this. We've heard from the young players. We've seen it in action as some of them have ridden the shuttle back and forth. They've not worked through things. I often contrast or juxtapose them with the Brewers, who have had the benefit of patience. And you just think about the culture of the two teams, right? The Brewers are now the little engine that could, no matter how often they're the king of the division. They're still seen as that, right? And if they falter and have a year where it's down, it's like, oh, that's okay. You'll get them next year, slugger, right? But the Cardinals, that's not the culture here.
Because the Cubs and the Cardinals have been outspending the Brewers by such a vast amount.
Exactly.
And so it's like, pardon the cliche, it's like the Brewers in a way they're playing with house money.
They are, and they're literally playing with house money. Their fans are like, all right, this is everything's come together. I mean, even like they've been patient and they've been paid off for their patience, and they've been fortunate. This year Jackson Chourio off to a terrible, he was not off to a good start. Huge contract, big extension, major part of their future, major part of what they wanted to be their present. They had injuries going on. They needed offense. I mean, there was a lot going on there, right? And he was struggling. They got offense from other places like Reese Hoskins, right? And stuff like that. And so, they kind of stayed with him. But they also didn't have anybody to replace him. Injuries had kind of carved up their depth a little bit. So Jackson Chourio got to play. You could draw a very, very easy connect the dots between that and Jordan Walker. Jordan Walker struggled and he didn't get the chance. He was back in AAA, right? The Cardinals guys have struggled and they're back in AAA. The Brewers didn't have somebody to replace them. So they just let him play.
Yeah, they didn't panic at all.
And they didn't panic.
No.
And then look what happened. He has the second half of the ages and leapfrogs Mason Wynn into the Rookie of the Year ballot, right? So they were patient. You can go back to Ozuna, right? I talked to Stearns about this and just the whole front office there at the Brewers about how that winter played out for them, because the Cardinals did not want the music to stop without a Marlins outfielder. They felt that they needed to make a play on the Marlins schedule so that they weren't left without one. Meanwhile, the Brewers were like, we're cool if we're left without one because we want to get the one that we want. And if they don't trade him, and this is a year where we don't contend as a result, that's okay. But we're not going to make a play for the other guys because we want the one that we want. Now, the Cardinals felt like they couldn't do that. Their pressure was on from ownership, from fans, from media to get a cleanup hitter. And so they had to go through that. They were hoping to get Yelich. That was the guy. I think we've all talked about that. That was the guy that they thought had the biggest upside, left-handed bat, best fit, all of it. He was on the rise. Ozuna was coming off a remarkable year, just a tremendous year. But as far as the long-term fit, they were like, that Yelich is the guy for us, our ballpark, our feel, that lineup, everything. But the Marlins were like, we're not dealing it. And the Cardinals couldn't wait, just like they haven't been able to wait for these prospects. And that was something that Ollie brought up, that the expectations are such that it creates a suffocating or this urgency or even fickleness that you speed through, produce today, play tomorrow, produce today, play tomorrow.
It makes
sense.
sense.
If you don't, then you move on. Rosarena, great example.
Adolis Garcia.
Adolis Garcia, great example. Of
Matthew Liberatore.
Matthew Liberatore is changing the script a little bit, right? But Michael McGreevy would have been, except for he came up and
it produced
pitched like a gem, right? So they're trying to change. To your original question, I'm sorry for the long answer.
No, it's good, man.
To your original question about what are they doing messaging wise? They are trying to reduce the expectations. And if we don't see that, that's fine by them. They want the clubhouse to feel that.
Okay.
No, and I think that actually makes a lot of sense, because how many moves have the Cardinals made? Not that we can sit here and catalog them all, but how many moves have they made to where it's done because they feel like they have to know? Well, we have to prove something to the fans. We have to do this. We have to do that. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. They're feeling the heat. and they're reacting to it rather than being proactive in advance and having their whole system and everything else set up better to where there's talent coming. When that talent stopped coming, that's kind of, listen, there are several pivotal moments that led to the Cardinals to this place. One cannot be helped. When you have generational players like Pujols and Molina and Wainwright and others we could mention, when all of a sudden it's like they're not here, they're gone, that era is over, the books are closed. It's like
the Yankees haven't been really good since the core four.
No, that's right.
They've been okay,
right. So,
but they haven't been champions.
So that can't be avoided because players get old and they retire.
Right.
Or like in Waino's case, unfortunately, the final year was, tough.
Yeah. He got the 200 wins.
So
thank goodness.
That was a remarkable day.
So in one way or the other, the Cardinals were going to take a hit. They were going to take a step back because all this generational talent they had, from even starting with Mark McGwire in '98.
Yeah.
And I know they didn't win with him, but that's really not the point in terms of like growing it to a 3 million annual home attendance and excitement, and people couldn't get enough of it. A lot of people try to revise history now on that, but it was an incredible sensation. And then one star after another checking into Busch Stadium, just all those trades that Jocketty made. And they had all these guys were either team Hall of Famers or Cooperstown Hall of Famers. And when all of that runs out, I mean, good luck to anybody trying to, in effect, sustain that or recover from that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not plausible. It's not reasonable. But where they slipped, that was the number one thing. And I'm sorry, I'll be quiet after this. Number two thing is that the thing that Bill DeWitt takes the most pride in, and the thing that when people were laughing at him, we hired this guy, Jeff Luna. Who is this guy? He's from a business school. What? And
that's not calm. Right.
The thing that he did, because Bill DeWitt's always loved player development. It's in his blood. He used to go with his father on scouting trips and everything else. He set up a scouting, like a computer program for the Cincinnati Reds before anyone was doing it. Bill DeWitt that put a database together.
Yeah.
This is like way back when. That's his thing. And yet that model that he built with Luna, that just self-sustaining model, because the talent's always coming in, then you top it off with stars. He let that get away, and that's when they crashed. Because it's one thing when your era runs out because it's time, but then that lifeblood that you could have kept pumping in, they let that dissipate, and that's the thing that really hurt them the most.
Yeah.
Because you had to have that if you were going to survive the end of an era with all these superstars.
I mean, there are like seminal moments, right? Or like, what do they call it in the multiverse? The moment that cannot change, right? Canon moments, right?
Right.
Jason Hayward going to the Cubs,
right?
And all that followed is a canon moment. Obviously, the tragic passing of Oscar is a key moment, but not to be overlooked is exactly what undermined what you're talking about, and that's the 2017 draft where they were sanctioned by Major League Baseball for the hacking scandal. Those players that would have been drafted in that spot, maybe, but this would be about the time that they would be helping. This is about the time where they would be, if not like significant contributors, depending on where the Cardinals picked and who they picked, but at least depth. And you think about like what the Cardinals tried to do, and I think you hit on something really, really, really important, is as they tried to cycle through the generational players, knowing that they weren't going to pick high enough to get them. So they had to, as Jocketty did, trade for them. The Rollins, the Edmonds, now the many years later, it's the Matt Holliday. Then it's the Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado. But when they had the Goldschmidt Arenado together, they were really thin pitching wise. They were really thin depth wise. The farm system didn't provide the constants that they needed. And they had to go chase that. They had to go chase elsewhere. That draft that year would have helped. Delvin Perez. That he obviously would have helped. Going out and not nudging that one step toward all in that the Cardinals just kept themselves from. They like to curl their toes around the diving board and never do a belly flop. They never looked. They just never wanted to do the Philadelphia Phillies or now I guess the Steve Cohen. And I get it, but they also then missed the chance because they weren't providing from their farm system enough to outfit the core players who could have been.
Right.
Which is really what we're going to call this, right?
Right.
This is the core that could have been.
And they had the bad break with Alex Reyes too.
Or Jack
It's
Flaherty.
terrible.
Jack Flaherty to
Yeah.
an extent went
Yeah.
off course.
Walker
Pitching
kinda
injuries.
early,
Yeah, pitching injuries happen. It's like the Cardinals are
The bats went completely silent against a really hot Washington Nationals team that was maybe, to be honest, maybe the Cardinals should have been, well, those Nationals, it worked out for them. They got hot at the right time. Maybe that's the team we are. And then the other one is the pandemic. I mean, they scaled, the farm system had a great reputation, was very robust, had a lot of things going for it, was searching for the talent. They had the donut hole that, we talked about at the time where it just was like, there was this gap in the prospects. There just was. It just was, they had prospects that were on the brink and then a gap and prospects who were in the distant future. That donut hole arrived. All these things happened right around that pandemic. They downsized the staff. They didn't really replace it. They didn't have, the kind of coordinators that they're used to. They had the performance department, but it was separated from the player development. It was run, in the same complex, but there wasn't the interaction. And then that completely changed when the first director of the performance department left. And it slipped to other people to do those responsibilities. They had a lot of people who they became a newspaper, Bernie. I mean, that's what happened. They became a newspaper.
Well, see, you're personalizing. So we got to frame a reference we understand.
They became a newspaper. They asked every individual to do more as the individual numbers reduced due to layoffs or not hires or all that stuff.
No, it's a great analogy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just for newspapers. Right? No, I mean, I love them, but it's just like a shame what's happened, although STL today is a great example of how you can transition and still remain very vital in your market. Yeah.
Doing well.
So what, there's so many things I want to ask you. Okay, well, we would get to like a more pressing question that I know our viewers are, want us to ask some of these things. So you did a really great job of sussing out the Arenado stuff like yesterday and adding some new information. It was, job well done as always. But there's no way to like predict a finite outcome. But what's your read of the situation? Do you think they're still confident that they can make a deal that appeals to him? Okay.
They are still confident that they can make it. That's okay. You added a qualifier there.
Yeah. Well, they can make a deal, but it's one that he'd have to.
Well, they already made a deal, and obviously it didn't appeal to him.
Well, yeah. I mean, they got close. I don't know if they had to.
Okay.
Like there's like two elements to this, right?
They were in the red zone somewhere.
That's a good way.
1 yard line.
Yeah. They were like
maybe inside the 10.
Yeah, they might have even scored, and Nolan Arenado goes, "I want you to go for 2," and they're like,
"That's a good one."
But no,
it's a good one.
It's close.
But any timetable? I mean, because
I asked Mo that exact question yesterday, because that's the one that interests me. Because at what point in time, the gifts have to go under the tree, or the new year comes, or the move to Jupiter has to happen, or whatever. And he goes, "I'm just in. I'm in for whatever you got. I want to be here, and you're stuck. I want to stay, and I want clarity, and we're going to go." His agent has been very clear in the fact that he does not want to move sideways. Well, that can be taken a lot of different ways, right? Like, I don't want to move sideways. I don't want to go to Kansas City, sideways in the state. But I think he just means sideways in circumstance.
Yeah.
And how he looks at that is not his standings, but also like comfort. And there's also like, I find it interesting, like people should listen to like what Arenado says about like why he came here and what they didn't accomplish while he was here. And if he leaves, then that isn't going to change. Right. That didn't happen. Like the history, the red coat, all that stuff that he talked about, the packed houses, of why he sought out a trade here. If he leaves with those things not happening and that not being on his, resume, not being on his baseball card, not being part of his future. I had a friend of his once tell me, and this is years ago, but I think even before he became a Cardinal, was that Nolan's future is Jose Akendo's job, like working with infielders and like that lineage, like that's like he just likes baseball that much, and he saw like that's what the Cardinals do, right? They keep their guys around, and now he may find another team like that. There are other teams like that, right? Like you go to the Dodgers, you're a Dodger for life. There's a wall there that says that, right? Once a Dodger, always a Dodger, and the name of every Dodger goes up there. Even David Freese's name is up there. Albert Pujols' name is up there. And so you may find that elsewhere, but I think that's a really interesting part of this.
In your opinion, and it's just that, do you think that he said no to the Astros, the idea that because he had some trepidation, they traded Kyle Tucker, they're not bringing Bregman back, which obviously that's why they would want Arenado, because Bregman wasn't coming back.
Right.
And they're still a pretty robust club, but there have been some losses. And did he fear another downturn, kind of like what he went through in St. Louis? Or
that's a fair comp.
Right? Is that one of the things? Or does he just think like, if I ride this out, something better will emerge?
I think the way I've talked to folks about this, the way I've come to understand it is that it's more the latter, that the market gains clarity when Bregman signs. There are teams that we all know are interested in Bregman, whether they've been reported or whatever. They all are fit for him. Not all of them, but some of them are a good fit for Arenado too, and would definitely satisfy what he's thinking about as like moving up in the standings, getting closer to a genuine chance to take a race for a championship and to be part of what puts a team over. You think about like the Yankees, the Red Sox, the fit at Fenway Park defensively, reunited with Trevor Story. I mean, there's a lot that like you can connect the dots with there. And they've invested a lot. They look like they're going to be, there's no guarantee, right? There's a real strong, difficult division. But the Red Sox are well positioned. If the Padres can figure something out, right? Say they free up some money, or say that the Cardinals are just in a bind and they have to eat some of that money, and a Padres deal becomes possible. That's a ballpark, that's a vibe, that's an everything, right? So as the market shifts, and I'm not saying the Padres are in the Bregman deal, but but as the market shifts, Bregman signs with one team, that's going to leave multiple teams now suddenly still in need of a third baseman with no Bregman. Also, I want to. This is the other thing that came up is there are parts of this deal that are not just the usual. Hey, do you want to go? It's hey, do you want to go with these conditions? This money deferred, this money paid up front, this part of your no trade clause, this move, that. It's the same thing with the Cardinals. And so at any point in time, if those aren't palatable or those like necessities aren't met, then the deal falls apart. The Cardinals ran into that, and you talked about it earlier. Like DeWitt got involved, right?
Right.
And they had to get creative. And like you think about like what Nolan Arenado's deal was, just someday for fun. If you really like want to get into like math, just look at what his deal was.
It would break my brain. I couldn't do it.
I had multiple people walk me through how this happened because it's just it was fascinating to me, but it's really in the weeds. Look at his deal with the Rockies and then look at what his deal looked like after the trade to the Cardinals. It had an additional opt-out. It had an additional year. It had deferred money with interest. It had deferred money without interest. The deferred money with interest is the Rockies' money. The deferred money without interest is the Cardinals because he wanted to be a Cardinal. I mean, there's just all these layers to it. And then there's the cash. We haven't even gotten to the $51 million that the Rockies were going to pay. A lot of that was for one season. Like that was kind of lost at the beginning because people were all like, oh, the Cardinals have a rebate for years. No, they had a rebate that year, the first year, because he was acquired in February, right? It went final.
Right.
And they were already down the road with that year. So they were like, well, we'll reposition the ships after this year. but we're going to take all that money. You're going to cover. You're going to pay for him to play for us this year. And so they didn't get the salary relief like that everyone expected the next few years. No, they were on the hook for most of it. It's just a fascinating thing. And so now you know that deal almost, like you said, that foundered a little bit. And, it was reported, oh, it's a done deal. I think whatever, Thursday, Friday. And then, Saturday night, it was like, well, I might fall apart. There's echoes of that here.
Clear up something for us too. Like you had some new information in your piece that you wrote last night. And, it's one of those things where I just got to state this up front. It's not my goal to say that somebody else was wrong. That's not my goal at all, because there's always information on the information highway at a winter meeting. Stuff's just flying all over the place, right? Yeah. But you put something in there today, and I went like, oh, because we were all confused, most of us, by this list that supposedly was out there, 6 teams. You calmly typed in today or last night. It's like, well, there is no list.
There wasn't. I mean, there was preferences.
Like what?
Yeah.
What? I mean, what happened to the idea of a list? And then now that it really wasn't a list, and it's like, well, what?
Yeah,
does that open it up to like any team that wants to at least talk to the Cardinals?
Correct. So that's a really good.
And again, I'm not slamming anyone else's reporting.
Yeah, I try to avoid that.
Yeah, because these things get kind of crazy,
and folks are eager to attack my reporting.
Right. That's the business, right?
It's become the business.
Yeah. I have to find something like that. Just start doing YouTubes like Rip and Derrick.
That'd be great. Let's do it. We have beef. Right? That's right.
We'll have a beef.
Yeah, we'll do old school. You could never mind.
So what happened to the list, Derrick? Tell us.
All right. So, Joel Wolf at the winter meetings, when I asked him I can play the tape for you, but I don't.
No, you don't have to.
I asked him, I said, what, how big's the list this time around? Like, what list of teams? And he goes, there is no list. All right. Well, all right. Okay. He interrupted me. And I'm like, that's fair. I used the wrong phrase. And I said, how open is he to exploring a broader number of teams than last time? Because it really came down to 2 teams, and then it was all about one, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Then you had this notion of so I was asking is he more, and Joel Wolf said he's more open-minded this time. And the Cardinals, when they talked to him, they're like, we're going to see what's out there. We're going to see what, go to a few teams, very select few teams that fit your profile. And then we're going to circle back to you and say, this is what we found. Which of these teams satisfy? There were obvious teams that he was like, look, this is the kind of team I'm looking for. This is the kind of spot I want to go to, right? Because you use teams to describe circumstance. That's how we all talk, right? I want, a situation like, a winning team, great ballpark, good history, warm climate, all this stuff, right? You use team. So there was a sense of what teams would fit that. But the Cardinals also were like, well, let's go look at some other teams that might fit that weren't mentioned. Mm-hmm. They reached out to the Yankees. They reached out to a few teams, and there were about 5 teams. There are more teams than 5 that have contacted the Cardinals. The Angels are one of those teams that have contacted the Cardinals. And there are a few others who have contacted the Cardinals and said, could we get, and they're like, well, you don't really fit, but we'll go to them, or how do you fit? And should we talk to you? So that's kind of how it's gone, and I know it's more nebulous. And Mo has been very open and he's been chatting constantly. It sounds like with Wolf, he's brought Wolf into some other talks with teams. Joel Wolf said he has not gone out shopping for the deal. He's been coming in talking at the invitation of the Cardinals, which he likes doing. But so that's where things I can't speak to where or how or what, but you can see how people want they want to simplhy, right? And teams don't simplify. They do a lot of things at once.
So let's turn this into a game show. So okay.
Can't wait. Can I answer in the form of a question?
Let's turn this into a game show. All right. If you had to predict, all right, the premise is, all right, there will be a team that comes out of the blue that we never saw really coming. Who would that team be? Is it a
team out of the blue? That
Yeah,
you didn't
like
see
one
coming?
that's not really been in circulation much, if at all. Probably not at all. See, this is like what I call like game show talk right here. So
I mean,
It's probably not going to happen.
no, probably not gonna happen. But it's like all of a sudden, it's like, what? Where did they come in? You know what? What?
I mean, like the Mariners are always that team,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like they're always.
How about Sacramento coming in?
Well,
Arizona?
So they probably have. I don't know, but like if you make a list of the teams that are out there shopping for a third baseman, they're on it. The new Sacramento club.
Just the Athletics. They dropped the location
Yeah,
totally.
on the schedule,
terrible.
When they put the schedule out, it says
Athletics.
AATH as opposed to SAC or OA.
That's messed up.
Cardinals don't go there this year. They do play the Rays at Yankee Stadium. So
that'll
not
be
Yankee
fun.
Stadium.
Yeah,
the Bronx,
yeah,
but
yeah,
Steinbrenner
yeah.
Field.
That'll be fun.
Man, that's strange.
That's gonna be weird.
I know.
But
Well, you've covered ball in some weird places, so that'll be.
I have covered baseball in some great places.
I know you have.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
do you focus on the weird here? You know?
Yeah.
I
What
know.
weird places have I covered?
I mean, well, maybe weird's the wrong word. I think just like unique places.
Yeah.
Did you make
Definitely unique places?
Right.
Like Alexandria, Louisiana, in the bullpen with Ron Guidry. I've covered baseball. That was something.
Way back, gosh, were you on the beat, or was it still the commish, or was it Strauss? When where did the Cardinals play? Did they play in Hawaii?
So that was Hummel. Hummel was on
Yeah.
the beat, and they played in Hawaii, and then they visited Seattle, I think, for the first time, right?
Yeah.
No, I know what it was. There was something along those lines. Yeah, and the story there is the beat writers or the team, I can't remember, got off the plane and they were greeted with the flowers, right? And the person handing the flower necklaces to them was Theo Epstein. Because they were playing the Padres.
That's right.
Yeah.
Back in the day, since we're all telling stories, and I hope this doesn't bore everybody.
I wrote him an email. I was like, "Is this true?" He was like, "Oh, it's so true."
So, you just never know about like a Theo Epstein, for example. Well,
be nice to everybody.
When I was traveling around with the commish everywhere, like back in those days, I mean, the Post-Dispatch was sending me on the road a lot as a columnist, and I look forward to certain trips. Like one of them was San Diego, just because it's San Diego. But anyway, let me cut to the chase. So every time we go to San Diego for a couple years, we'd go to the one place where commish like to hang out. We could eat late, we'd drink a few beers, whatever. And I noticed, the bartender, who was a great guy, Brad Johnson was his name.
Oh, right, I know this.
Yeah. So he, he would just a great sports fan, very knowledgeable about music, guy you can have great conversations with. There would always be this young guy there. And, he would just join the conversation, not in a way where he was overbearing, but he would chime in and we would laugh and, and everybody said, this guy's really a good guy. And he would talk about music and they would get into comparing bands. And I'm like, this guy's pretty cool. As it turned out, it was Theo Epstein.
Yeah.
Because he was like a real young guy working for the Padres.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting next to him and we're talking and he was saying, how he says, well, have you ever followed a band around? I said, well, I've seen Springsteen more times than I can count, but there have been others. And he said, I'm kind of a Pearl Jam guy. I love to go see the
kind of.
Yeah, well, no, he was underplaying it at the time. So I didn't know that it was like, and Brad says, oh yeah, it's my friend Theo he works for the Padres. He's just starting out. And it's one of those deals. It's like, oh, that Theo.
Yeah.
Years later, right? It's pretty funny how that stuff goes around, right?
Yeah.
He was handing out the lays.
Yeah. When they landed in. Yeah. I think my first conversation with him was about Pearl Jam. In fact, I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
That's awesome.
He's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy, really.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's done good for baseball. And now he's going to try to do good for himself with ownership.
Yeah.
Who was in all your travels?
Mm-hmm.
Who is? It isn't so much a celebrity, but it would have to be a known person. Who's the most, just in the course of your travels in the job and all the places you've been, like who's the most unique public figure you've ever had a chance encounter with?
I have two remarkable ones.
Okay. I asked a
well, I
good
mean, I have
question.
many remarkable
That's a
ones.
good
question. I'm in
It's
London.
okay to get away from baseball just a little bit, right?
For sure.
I'm in London and talking to John Goodman, who I met.
That's another
years ago in
place
New
where you
Orleans.
cover unique
Yeah.
baseball.
Yeah,
that's right.
That was emotional. Not John Goodman, the London.
Yeah.
Seeing baseball in London was emotional. So two. One is at Old Shea, rainy night, and Bill Clinton walks up to me, and I was wearing a slicker that had, because I used to work for Camo Wax on the side, as we all do.
Right.
And I had a Camo Wax rain slicker because it was raining. And that's the only slicker.
Ben Boyd probably got that for you. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Ron Jacober got it for me. It was Ron Jacober. But I was wearing that, and President Bill Clinton comes up to me and says, Camo Wax, you work for Camo? I love Camo Wax. I listen to Camo Wax. And
he used to listen to Cardinals all the time growing up in Arkansas. Yeah.
And so I had to disappoint him that, like, no, I don't work for Camo. Well, I do, but I cover the team for the Post-Dispatch.
Now I'm on deadline, if you don't mind.
No, it was great because it was a rain delay. And so he like engaged me in like this conversation. And then one of the higher ups at West Point came over to introduce himself to the former president and said, your wife is our senator. And President Clinton goes, that is wonderful. Can I introduce you to Derrick? We're talking baseball. And it was one of the more remarkable things. The other one is back to is Theo related. The one game playoff, Cubs Pirates.
Remember that?
At PNC Park, and the winner advanced to play the Cardinals. The Post-Dispatch, we all talked. We thought it's a significant thing if it's the Cubs Cardinals in the playoffs for the first time. So this is 2015. So we went to cover that one game playoff. We actually sent two of us. Benjamin Hockman and I went, and there, Jed Hoyer, who was with the Cubs, and Theo introduced me to Eddie Vedder. And Eddie Vedder was on the field. They introduced me to him. We talked for a little bit, and I said, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I would like to get your thoughts on what happens if the Cubs play the Cardinals. And he gave me a great quote, and he knew it, and he finished it and walked away. He knew he stuck the landing.
It's a performer, man.
And, oh my gosh, did he have
that's a great story.
But it gets
I never heard that.
Oh no, it gets better. It gets better. They win, and we're in the clubhouse during the champagne celebration. There is a photo of me and Jake Arrieta that ran in the Tribune in my family in Chicago. I got a kick out of it because Jake Arrieta has a cigar and my eyes are bulging. But what's not in the picture is the plastic sheeting coming down towards his head with a lit cigar.
Oh my
so
goodness.
That's what has my attention. Is like, oh, we're going to go up in flames. And I've talked to Jake about this because he has the photo framed and everything. I'm like, you're welcome, I guess. But in that thing, there's a tug at my arm. And I don't know if I've told this story before. So here we go. It's publicly. But there's a tug at my arm. And I hear this, hey, St. Louis guy. And I look, and it's Eddie Vedder. And he goes, is this what it's always like, these celebrations? And I'm like, yeah, this is what it looks like. He goes, they need to do this more often. That was pretty good.
Story. That's a real good story. It is.
So I talked with him for a while that, we talked about skateboarding PNC Park. Yeah.
And I should point out, like, and again, I know we're not talking
I don't
hardcore
like the name
baseball.
drops, but
no,
you
that's
asked.
Yeah, I know. And I know we're not talking hardcore baseball right now. So if me interrogating Derrick about different things is, I'm sorry if it disappoints you, but the one thing I want to say about Derrick, there's a lot I could say, all good, but one thing that impresses
beef, then it's
now, the one thing that impresses me about Derrick, it always has, like, when I first started going on the road all the time, and there were many years at the Post-Dispatch, I'd be on the road 130, 140 nights, and after a while it gets old, and it's tough, and travel's not easy, and yet, you love covering baseball, and you go out there and just listen. It's your job, and no one's saying, like, go give him a medal. No one's saying that, but it can be a job that's very, very, very debilitating, draining, taxing. But the thing about you, different than me, I would just want to get to the hotel and just crash and just like block out the world and read. And then this guy, every city he goes into, it's like there's something he must go explore. He's got to see. He's never been there. I've heard about this place. It's got the greatest bagel in the state of Washington, or some museum that no one's ever heard of. One of the small delights of my life is like, my wife will say like, oh, you got to put another postcard from Derrick. He's on the road and he buys these postcards and he handwrites notes to like all his friends and acquaintances. Not every single time, but he's got me in his postcard rotation. But it's like your curiosity for the world, and you never get enough of it. And I don't know whether you're some kind of combination between like Huckleberry Finn and some, but it's like you just. I'm like, how does he do this? Joe Strauss and I used to not make fun of you, but we'd be like,
no, Joe was making fun.
Does he ever get tired? Like, what do you mean he's off to explore some museum? Like, a museum of what? Yeah. Like, I don't even know what the museum is supposed to be about, but there he goes. He's off again to another museum. I so much appreciate your like love for life and your curiosity, and you don't let your curiosity dim. It's always thriving at a high level, but you get more out of the road than any sports writer I've ever known, because most sports writers, present company, we just want to go drink some beer and just hang out and, tell jokes and laugh about something.
I do some of that.
Yeah, you do. No, you do.
I do.
But no, you're always off to see the Wizard or something. So it's like, and so anyway, no, you've made the best out of life on the road.
Yeah.
So my praise.
Yeah. I mean, you go to these, I try to take advantage of I love travel. I love it.
I know you do.
I mean, I love going to new places and being thrown into a challenging situation. And I've been very fortunate that baseball has given me the opportunity to go to tremendous places. I mean, before I was covering the Cardinals, my son coming back, he got really into like reading about the bats of the late 1990s in college baseball. All right, so maybe you know where he gets it from, but he was like they're putting up like these 6-hour games and the 20-run games and everything like that, because the bats they're illegal, right? They're illegal now, but they were illegal back then. And so he was reading about the College World Series and these like 19-16 games and everything like that. And he was like, "Oh man, did you know all this was going on?" And I was like, "I went to some of those games." And he's like, "What?" I'm like, he goes, "Why would you go there?" I was like, "I don't know. It's Omaha. I could drive there." I went to some because why not? Like, I've been to the College World Series before.
Yeah, you covered the national champion, right?
I did cover a national champion. Yeah. That was a few years later, but I went to some of those games just because.
I hijacked the conversation. I apologize to my two friends here. Let's get back to base. We don't have to, but if you guys have been waiting to ask a baseball question,
I just want to say, like, I feel like we should have a front row seat to it.
Yeah, seriously.
So I'm just going to sit here like, keep
just
going.
absorbing.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, and gosh almighty, if we ever just got into story time, because there's a million of those. Some of the experiences, just like we're literally within the framework of covering a team.
Yeah,
and just the characters and some of the crazy stuff that's happened, and and I was able to venture into all these other sports. I mean, I got people say, you got to tell your Ram stories, you got to tell these stories, because I got a million of them. It's like, what an adventure this job has been. Except I was like, no more. I want off the road, and you're just like more.
Yeah,
good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I enjoy it. I mean, we'll see what this.
How much longer do you want to be a beat writer? No, listen, I'm going to embarrass him, but it's true. Derrick Goold will be, however we want to call it, he will be the award winner where, you are displayed in Cooperstown. There is no doubt in my mind that's going to happen. Seriously, I'm not saying it because he's a dear friend and a cherished colleague for so many years. He's one of the great baseball writers of his generation, and he is universally respected. And it's one of the best there's ever been. And he's a guy that represents the new breed, which is a good thing, because he sort of also has those old school sensibilities and the appreciation of the past. But he doesn't let the appreciation of the past block his vision of the way the game's played now, the way to analyze the game, the way to evaluate the game, understanding that, things evolve constantly. And you're still a young guy, don't get me wrong, but you have
that's nice of you to say.
No, but I mean, compared to me, but you've never lost a step, or you've never been behind the curve. You have stayed to the forefront, and that's you and I know this. I mean, in terms of generations of hardcore baseball writers, that has always been like when I was younger and watching some of the older guys who I revered. Don't get me wrong, but they just wouldn't give in to the changes, and they just wouldn't understand. No, it was better then, and this we should do this. And man, do you remember when it was like that? And like you've never at any time I've known you lapsed into that, but yet you have a great, wonderful, rich appreciation for baseball history and the characters that occupied baseball and were part of building baseball. You never. There has been a tendency, in my experience, some of the younger writers, and no names because I can't think of any right now, tend to sneer a little bit about, sneer at kind of like this, baseball and nostalgia and all this stuff. And it's like, it's corny. It's like, oh, give me a break. You have existed your entire career in both worlds.
Nice.
Peacefully and with great, and both worlds have been very rewarding to you. You understand how it's important to live in both worlds and appreciate both things. There's no one is better than the other.
I think part of that is because of St. Louis.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, I'm very fortunate to cover baseball here. It was very important, as you know, from our first conversation. Well, not our first, but our conversation back at Coors Field back in 2001.
What an eventful day that was!
Oh my God!
Albert Pujols' very first game.
Albert Pujols' major league debut. Stan
Musial shows up out of nowhere.
Yeah,
you talk about a field of dreams type thing.
And Bernie asked me if I want to come back to work for the Post-Dispatch.
Yeah, all in one day.
If I get to cover baseball,
Stan the Man. Like baseball mythology. He was kind of passing the torch to Albert. Nobody knew it. Yeah, because he just shows up unannounced at Coors Field in Denver for opening day. And he goes to the ticket booth or whatever, or he goes to the will call and he says, "Hey, I'm Stan Musial. I'm in town for a card show, and I just want to come in and go to the ball game." I thought I was going to be gone by now, but we're staying the next day. And I just want to, can I get into the ball game? And they're like, "Well, yeah, Mr. Musial."
Yeah.
And then they talked him into throwing out the first pitch. And I've always said I got a lot of mileage out of that story because it's like, I could go into the whole baseball mythology thing. It's like he showed up out of nowhere, and it's like symbolically passing the torch to Pujols. Albert's first game in the big leagues, and Stan the Man's in Denver. He comes out of nowhere.
Yeah,
he didn't come out of a cornfield, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then and I'm like, well, what? Have you thought about coming back to the Post-Dispatch, Derrick?
Yeah, we had lunch that day.
You have a hockey, it's only the hockey job that's open, but I know your wife's from St. Louis and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
We got that done quick though, didn't we?
It did. It turned around. Yeah, September I was here.
Wow.
No.
And you did the Blues for a long time, and then
just 3.
Was it? Well, that's long. Kind of long.
What is this then?
Well, no.
What is 7 times?
Should we keep talking here? Is it okay?
And Derrick, we've really appreciated your time. So we
That's
don't want to
fine.
spend too much time.
No, that's fine.
All right. I'm going to ask you two, and again, people that follow St. Louis Cardinals and also follow all the great writing that has been done on the beat. It goes back generations, and I had the privilege of working with Bob Bragg and being mentored by him, Bob Burns, all those guys. But I want to ask you about this because I think this is a really good question because it's stuff. As I get older, I think about these things more than I ever have in terms of savoring certain experiences. All right, we'll go with Rick Hummel, our dear late friend first. All right, what did you learn about covering baseball just by being a colleague of Rick Hummel's for many years and just sitting next to him literally all those years? And what was your takeaway from Rick Hummel that you still hold close to this day that might still provide some guidance if you reflect on being his friend and his teammate?
Yeah, there's the big professional lesson and then there's the big personal lesson. Let's go with the professional lesson first. Just purely from a ball writing, really inside ball writing. The response people had for his game stories. And in a lot of ways, he was ahead of the curve in what game stories were becoming. And by watching him and talking to him, and Bernie, you were there in the press box, and it continued after, it was just the two of us. We would constantly talk about strategy, but not what had just happened, but what was going to happen. What were they setting up to happen?
He could see in advance in the game the way a Whitey Herzog could.
Right. He learned for a lot of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, there is a level of understanding of the game that he has gotten to that allows him to see the potential steps ahead, right? But then, there's a lot of folks like that. I mean, there are managers like that, players like that. There's a lot of folks like that.
Right.
But he's able to convey that into descriptions that readers can grasp and see a facet of the game that they didn't. His game stories, you could read game stories and they're like looking through a kaleidoscope when there's clutter, right? Rick Hummel's was looking through a kaleidoscope as the picture comes together.
Just so many details,
and just a
so
lot
many
of details,
small details that just
foreshadowing.
Yeah,
he had really a good gift for the intricacies of a compelling, strong game story that were the ingredients of the modern game story.
If you missed the game, like you didn't have a chance to watch it on TV or you didn't have a chance to listen to KMOX and you just had no idea other than the score, all you had to do is read his game story. And it was a different place and a different time. All you had to do is read his game story. You felt like you were there, that you watched all 9 innings.
Yeah.
And he could do it so quickly. It's just amazing. All right.
And then the personal one.
I'm sorry.
The personal one, I always called him my tether. I was like, you're just my tether. I would spin off the globe without Rick. And maybe some would argue that I do now. But what I learned from him personally was to be in the game that you love and to have it as a career and be around it is so fortunate. And you do have to work to stay there. You have to work to earn it and to stay there, whatever role you have out there at the ballpark. But you're missing out if you don't make deep friendships with the people who are around you or who Rick had cherished friendships with umpires he'd known for years, with scouts he'd known for years, with fellow ball riders that he'd known for years. And there is a tendency in any walk of life, but it's particularly out there when you're in a spot that not everybody wants you to be, to create a silo around yourself and just say, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to you get entrenched, right? I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to put up a wall and I'm going to defend that wall. And Rick showed me the benefit of do not miss the chance to make deep, committed, strong friendships.
It's part of the wonderful experience. Yeah,
it is.
All right, I'm going to ask you another guy that was a big important, another important individual in our professional lives was the late Joe Strauss. Mm-hmm. And Joe, I don't even know how to explain Joe to people that didn't know him, because if I tried to explain it, the reaction partially would be like, geez, well, did you even like him? It's like, no, we loved him, but Joe was a one-of-a-kind guy. Mm-hmm. I know he made me better as a columnist. When he was the beat writer, he made me better. And he didn't hesitate to say what he thought about things. And he would get me thinking. And frankly, I wanted to take my computer and slam him over the head, but I didn't, because I knew Joe, there was a method to his madness. And Joe, just an incredible talent, so gifted, a real character, and he could push your buttons. And at times you just wanted to, but you benefited from it somehow. And I think I understood that better later. Mm-hmm. I have a hard time trying to explain him to people, because when he passed away, like Ken Rosenthal came on a radio show and he said, Bernie, you and I worked with him a long time. He said, sometimes it could be very challenging to be Joe's friend.
Yeah.
And people would hear that and not know, and they're like, well, that's not a nice thing to say, but it was the Joe Strauss experience.
I think I was his backup longer than anyone.
I think you were, yeah.
At any paper.
But there was no one there was no one I ever wanted to be in a press box for a big game.
Oh my gosh.
Other than you would be part of that. Hummel, Joe Strauss, absolutely part of that.
I mean, we had those were the heydays.
Burwell, game 6 of 2011, all of us there together, and it's just like gosh, the stress was just building, and got editors in our face. And we would get in these little kind of skirmishes with each other. It didn't matter. It was all about teamwork. Skirmish is not violence. But it's just like in the heat of the heat of the pressure.
Yeah.
And we all have our ideas.
Well, iron sharpens iron, right?
Yeah. And I remember hollering at you one night in the NLCS. It was the time Matt Holliday nearly killed the second baseman, Scudero.
Marco Scudero.
And Derrick is like, well, I'm going to write this, and like, what are you doing? And I'm like, what? I'm going to go in there and see what everyone. Well, what do you do? Like, it'll help if you tell me what what you're going to do, and then I'm going to. And I'm like, get away from me. It's just like, if people saw that, say, God, these guys hate each other. It was the exact opposite. And so that was always the great thing about being part of a team, because, gosh, we brought out the best in each other. We got through those tough spots together. We've challenged each other. It got to a situation where sometimes for about 10 minutes, we didn't like each other.
Yeah.
But at the end of the night, we were so proud of the work we did as a team.
Yeah.
And it was just like, wow, this exactly is why I got into this business, and I wanted to do this for a living, because at the end of the night, like, it's one of the most satisfying things. If this is your profession, there is no greater satisfaction, even if you bickered a little bit with the people you're working with. It was all for a good end.
Yeah. I mean, we covered amazing things.
Well, what did you learn from Joe?
I learned a lot. I mean, I learned ways to report that I'd never thought. I remember a very formative conversation that I had with him, where he said, this is pretty early on, so maybe 06. So pretty early on. I came to the beat 05. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thanks. We were talking on the phone, or no, we were at the ballpark, and he was like, look, I understand what you're trying to do. Like, as a beat writer, you want to go out and you want to get the comment that explains what happened. And he was talking about like the questions I was asking Tony La Russa or something like that. And he's like, you need to stop trying to find attribution for everything. How many games have you seen? How many baseball games have you seen? Are you not working with me on the beat? You're the expert. If you saw it happen, it happened. Get the quote as to why, get the quote for color, but you've got to stop seeking out somebody to tell you what happened. Be confident. You're the expert. And I always thought, like, okay, that is a style of confidence, not just for writing, but for reporting, that he had. I'm going to ask you this question because I know what happened. You're going to obfuscate and not answer, and I'm going to go, no, this is what happened. And you're going to try to shift my direction over here. And he's going to say, no, I saw what happened. I saw the duck. Stop telling me it's a goose. It was a duck.
No, he was something else.
And I appreciate that. And I think about that a lot. Like, there are times in post-game press conferences where, and you were there when one of them, when Tony La Russa said, why do you keep asking me the same question 3 times in 3 different ways? And I said, because I'm waiting for an answer. That's Strauss. I mean, I learned that from Strauss. I saw what I saw. I know what I saw. I've seen it time and time again. I don't need you to tell me what I saw. I need you to tell me why I saw it.
Yeah.
That's a big leap.
He's something else, man. And he could work a clubhouse.
He could work a clubhouse.
about as to use a Tony La Russa expression, tied for first. I'm sure there's somebody been better, but I don't know. You never even really noticed them. He's just slide around.
Oh, I always noticed.
He'd get all kinds of stuff, and he's sort of talking out of the side of his mouth.
Oh, I knew where the ninja was.
Yeah, the ninja, that's right.
I mean, I was a part of. I mean, we had skills. You saw. I mean, we were a good blend. I think.
Yeah, you were.
I think he and our strengths meshed.
Yeah.
Even though our personalities always didn't. But our strength.
He was hard on you, but I have no doubt he made you better.
Made me better. Made me way better.
I felt the same way.
Yeah. Wow.
And then, Brian Burwell was also a gift to all of us. And, the fact that he passed away of cancer, and then it wasn't much longer after that Joe was diagnosed. It was a brutal thing. And, but, Brian Burwell taught me that he had an amazing, he could be tough in terms of writing. Like, he'd bring it. Burwell reminded me, just like I'm doing tonight, maybe I'm channeling him. So it's okay to just like laugh about stuff. Let people see you laugh and let them know you're enjoying this. And so you would hear his laughter from somewhere in the press box or somewhere in the stadium, and you'd hear him just this big booming laugh, and it would make you smile because look, he gets it. He just absolutely gets it. Mm-hmm. So it's like, hey, Miklasz, calm down. I'm telling myself, But one of my favorite newspaper stories ever was the night that, Pujols hit the home run off Leitch.
Yeah.
And the way deadlines were, Burwell had to have a column in, and I had a column in. We turned our columns in. Cardinals lose, season over. That's just what you have to deal with. And so Pujols comes up, boom. And we both know that our columns were dead. And we would have about 15 minutes to somehow write a new one. And so what did we do? Did we go like, oh my God? No, we looked at each other and started laughing hysterically. And people in the press box, like the Houston writers, were like, what the hell is wrong with these guys? Yeah. Because we just understood the absurdity. We just witnessed something incredible. And now there's going to be an editor screaming at us like within a minute, like, you got to write all over it. And we were just laughing at the absurdity of it all, like the thunderous moment and the privilege we had to try to capture it. But we also knew that there were going to be people just like screaming at us to get a story in. And Burwell told the editor on site, I'll never forget it, because they were freaking out in St. Louis. Oh my gosh, we got to get this thing to, And Burwell put his arm around the editor on site and he said, listen, first of all, Bernie and I need you to calm down. Okay. We got this. We got this. You tell the desk that we will have a fresh column in 20 minutes, but they got to give us 20 minutes. They can't say you got to get it in now because we can't do that. That's literally impossible. Get us 20 minutes. We're going to make you proud. Everything's going to be okay. And the editor walked away like, thanks, And that's exactly what happened. And I thought, I just wish I had Burwell's grace, because my inclination would have been to start like hollering at the editor. But Burwell's like, no, let's talk. It's going to be okay. Let's talk. No, he was also one of a kind in his own way. So anyway, story time.
No, I mean, it was.
Have we destroyed the whole show now?
No,
as far
this
as
has been incredible. I mean, just looking at the chat right now, all these people saying like, "Thank you for this conversation."
We're getting more donations now.
Yeah, oh, good.
Say we'll tell more stories, but y'all need to send more money in.
I'm pretty sure we've doubled the amount of money donated since this conversation started. So that's awesome.
That's great.
Trevor Rosenthal is watching right now. Wants you guys to know he's keeping an eye on you because you guys are competition now. So
you're going to talk to Trevor about that. That's pretty exciting. What he's
Trevor's coming to the baseball writers dinner.
Trevor's was great.
It's very exciting. January 19th. I got to plug it, but at the annual baseball writers dinner, and Trevor's coming to present the award to Ryan Helsley.
Oh, that's Trevor Rosenthal was, and I'm not just saying this because he's coming on later. I mean,
he's listening. He's listening now.
In fact, all you got to do. I did a series just off season about.
He's also stolen my line. I told him more competition now back at the winter meetings. It's already beginning.
The all DeWitt era Cardinals team, and I went position by position, and I put a lot into it.
Yeah.
Listen, we all watched Trevor Rosenthal, but when I reviewed the magnitude of just how great this guy was, it's like, you got to be kidding me. It's like I knew it, but I didn't grasp it all.
He did things other closers for the Cardinals did not.
Well,
and they have two closers in the Hall of Fame.
I made a controversial pick. I wasn't trying to be controversial, but a lot of people were like, really? And I said, yeah. I named him the number one closer of the DeWitt era.
Oh, yeah.
And I apologized in the copy to Jason Isringhausen because it had nothing to do with Izzy, and Izzy is a Cardinals Hall of Famer. But Trevor Rosenthal's numbers were just ridiculous.
No,
they were so great.
He was a herald of the next game.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I mean, he was a harbinger of what was coming for the ninth inning in the future.
He was so
What
special.
he was doing led to a lot of what you see. He just was ahead of it.
He was really, really special. And he had a huge impact on St. Louis Cardinals baseball too. I mean,
Yeah.
he really did. That group of young relievers that came up in
For
2013,
yeah.
just legendary stuff.
Shelby
Carlos Martinez, Seth Maness,
Shelby Miller was on there, right?
Segrist,
Shelby Miller,
Shelby
was
Miller
in
was,
there,
you
Josh
know,
Kinney.
Rosenthal. They're just coming out,
Seacrest, yeah.
just blowing people away. So, but he is he is in our business now, huh? Welcome.
It is.
Yeah.
No, what a great dude too. And I regret that I never really got a chance to know him very well. Which is my fault.
Yeah.
What a great dude though.
Derrick,
What a great
I want to
reliever.
sneak in one question to bring it
Sure.
all kind of full circle at the end. We talked a lot about maybe some of the missteps and mishaps of the Cardinals front office and just some things in the late 2010s that you're feeling the ramifications of now. Most fans probably aren't going to know the name Chaim Bloom right now. Most of them definitely know, or a lot of them don't know Rob Cerfolio. They don't know these behind the scene things that are happening right now. What are the things you're seeing from the Cardinals front office this offseason as they transition into a new era in 2025 and beyond that can excite fans about the potential of the Cardinals getting back to those things?
Well, if anything we've learned, infrastructure is not exciting. People don't get really moved to vote or to be excited about new bridges. However, they are essential. And so you've kind of rigged the question there a little bit by asking me about excitement. And I want to offer it up that infrastructure is not exciting.
Yeah.
But what they are doing is they are expanding the staff in a way that is both retro in the sense that like it's going to repopulate some of the positions that were really important, some of the positions that were lost or experience that was lost either by downsizing or by promotions. You know, Pop Warner, Stubby Clapp, guys moving up through the system, Ali Marmol, Mike Schilt. One of the things about promoting from within is you do need to backfill. And if you promote a whole generation and you promote the last remaining connections to George Kissel and one of the few who didn't leave for the majors, Mark DeJean, retires, you're not going to have that thread. Jose Akendo did his part and kept it going, but there was a lot of like movement up, and then there was a lot of not replacement below. Yeah. So that led to some things. So they are expanding that. I think the biggest thing, excitement. I think this is something to say. Bernie, I'm not sure you were there. I'm going to bring up, and if you'll permit me, but
Sure.
We're at a press conference. I believe it was Mo's extension, not his current one, but the previous one, because it was at Busch Stadium. And I asked DeWitt if there was concern that his commitment to continuity, because he talked about that, continuity. I said, is there ever a concern that your commitment to continuity becomes stale? That it just invites staleness.
Great question.
Because you are just having the same voices who hear the same thing, and there's no one from the outside to challenge the way you're doing. Does it become a euphemism for stale that you don't recognize until it's too late, right? Okay. I think there has definitely been that feel of stale, right? Yeah. Either in commentary, messaging, or just straight up how they do things. That's gone. If you want to get excited about something, they are pulling from the Dodgers, Cleveland.
Tampa
they aren't
Bay.
Pulling guys who played here. I mean, they brought John Jay back, but Rob Cerfolio, he played for a Cardinal at Yale. He's from Yale. There's a Yale vibe to it, but he's from the outside.
Pierpont's Seattle.
Right. Yeah. And Larry Day, they have experience elsewhere. They brought a performance guy in from the Dodgers, instead
five World Series rings.
Yeah, instead of the Cardinals going, we are going to keep what we have going. They are saying we're going to pull from other places who have had success to merge with us. And I don't think there's a sense that Chaim Bloom is going to take the Cardinal way like an Etch-a-Sketch and shake it all up and do the blueprint all anew. That's not his idea. His idea is like, I've got a pretty good, old car here. I think I've made the description that he's got a muscle car that kind of isn't fuel efficient. It kind of needs new tires and everything. And he's going to take that chassis and he's going to make it an electric vehicle. Like, that's his challenge. His challenge is to take a Shelby that is just down on its luck and needs a new tire and has a few dents and turn it into a electric vehicle so that he can merge the new from outside, finally, like fresh perspectives, challenging perspectives. Hey, they're doing this. Well, we've done that for a long time really well. They're doing it better. All right, well, let's merge that with what the Cardinal fiber is and what they do well, add on to it, and create, instead of a perpetuation of the Cardinal way and Cardinal traditions, an augmentation of it. Don't make it like, make it a cyborg, not just an offspring, right? Like, take the Cardinal way and make it a cyborg. Don't just go, okay, we're just going to keep rolling out the same line of carbon copies.
Yeah. I can't thank you enough for your time tonight.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you so
this
much
was
for
fun.
joining us.
Yeah, this is awesome.
This was
Great.
fun.
Time flew.
That's cool. How does one get a pack? You guys have the packs there.
I think Andrew can hook you up. So definitely do that. Oh, man.
I brought a stack. So
Oh, yeah.
good Christmas gifts.
So I got my
Great.
gift. Look at this.
Thank you.
Yeah, seriously, we really appreciate you, Derek, and obviously our viewers already probably keep up with your work at the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. But thank you for all the
and
coverage you
look
provided.
to St. Louis BB. Thank you very much, and look
course.
to St. Louis BBWAA for that
Yes.
dinner, January 19th.
Right, yeah, Jeff Jones plugged it earlier. We'll
Yeah.
do it. And I told Joe that I would, plug the Baseball Writers Dinner on my various platforms, and I keep forgetting to do it. Okay, gotta go. So, thank you.
Andrew's giving us the Kareem's been waiting in the chat.
I
for
didn't
like,
know that. I'm
30
sorry,
minutes, so
Andrew.
it's all
I'm sorry,
good.
Kareem. I'm
No,
really sorry.
Kareem's
So
also there.
okay.
Thanks,
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Derek.
Thank you, man.
Good to see you. Happy holidays, everybody.
If you're not working too hard during the holidays, maybe we can go get some coffee or
I
something.
would like that. I
Yeah,
would like that. I
for
was
sure.
I'm in your neighborhood because
Yeah.
Erica works nearby. So, yeah.
Right. Kareem, I got to say apologies to Kareem, so who I admire so much and think he's a rising star on the circuit. But
Yeah.
so how long do we have him waiting with
Right.
me telling
I have to-
Uncle Bernie stories here? So
you guys missed Derek at the.
I saw it.
If you're in
I meant to
person, you
put
got to
it
see
on.
Derek wearing the Christmas.
Thank you very much, Derek.
I'm going to be
Um,
quiet and let you guys talk to Kareem
No,
and
this
not
is
Hodge.
great.
No, Kareem, thank you for putting up with this and waiting all that time. I apologize to you.
Kareem, do we
No
have you?
worries. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you now.
So, just a little quick update for the viewers. If you're watching now, we've got a little over $1,100 donated so far, which is awesome toward Big League Impact. You can still get your donations in. We're going to do this with Kareem real quick, and then we'll do giveaways afterward. We still have a Carlos Beltran signed bat, signed Nolan Gorman jersey from the Futures game, and a baseball from Adam Wainwright. So those are still up for grabs. Please donate to Big League Impact. You can find it in the comment section and the pinned comment to donate there. Kareem, so we've got you right now. We've got Will Leitch at 9. We have Trevor Rosenthal at 9:20. So I know we've got like 8 minutes right now, but we've got some time on the back end and maybe in between. So if you want to stay in here, we can sprinkle you in throughout. That's great. But let's just go ahead and jump into it, man. Like Bernie said, you're the rising prospect guy. You're the one everyone's going on Twitter to see like who's Kareem looking at right now. Just for the general viewer right now, what do you feel like is the state of the Cardinals farm system right now? And who are some names that are standing out to you to excite you, whether it's the big names in the system or some of the smaller names out there?
Yeah, I think the Cardinals currently have, I'd say, a middle of the pack, probably a little bit below average system in the game right now. Obviously, when you look at the top, someone like Quinn Matthews, the year he was able to have this past year, obviously the Cardinals drafting him out of Stanford. I didn't anticipate him rising through the system the way he did this year. going all the way from Palm Beach to AAA in just one season, showing an uptick and stuff. This was someone that sat low 90s on his fastball during his time in college, and he was sitting 94, 95 on his fastball this year. It helped that pitch play. It helped that pitch play up. It helped his slider play up a lot more, and his changeup is one of the better changeups in minor league baseball. And we knew that pitch was his calling card for him at Stanford. So Quinn Matthews is definitely someone that I'm keeping my eyes on. I think Cardinals fans should. I think we'll see him at some point this year, probably towards the middle to back half of the year, if I had to guess. But he's one name. Obviously, JJ Weatherholt. I was with you guys when the Cardinals drafted him. It was such an exciting moment.
So fun.
Third consecutive year the Cardinals ended up picking my guy in the draft, which was a really cool moment to experience, especially on Livestream. Weatherholt is just super impressive. When we're talking about a guy that has one of the best batting eyes in minor league baseball right now, someone that lays off pitches outside of the strike zone at a great rate. He swings at pitches inside the strike zone at a plus rate as well. So when you have that going for you, someone that's going to walk a lot, going to put himself in advantageous hitting situations, he's got a ton of bat speed. I think the power will come for him. He's already, during his time with Palm Beach, we have access to, StatCast data down there. He had some of the top hard hit rates during his time there. I know it's a small sample, but we saw him do that at West Virginia. And, it was no surprise when he was showing that in the Cardinals organization for, the 30, 40 games that we saw him. So those are a couple guys that I think Cardinals fans should be really excited about. There's obviously a ton we can talk about, but I think those are two that, I think fans should definitely keep a close eye on.
I just want to plug real quick because we didn't do this at the top. Kareem is part of the Dealin the Cards channel. If you haven't checked that out before, he's got Birds on the Farm. He does that with Sandy.
Oh, come on.
Like once every other week or so, where they kind of break down the farm system. They just had a prospect interview on recently.
Yeah, we got to have Nolan Sparks on. It was unbelievable. He was a great guest. If you haven't seen that interview, go check it out. He was awesome. He had a ton of great stuff to say. He's one of those guys that's plugged in with the analytical side of the game as a player, which gives you a super interesting perspective. And he had kind of an unorthodox journey. I won't spoil it all. Go check it out.
And I don't just say this because Kareem's on our channel, but like we've long been admirers of Kareem's work even before he jumped on with us. And I know Bernie can just attest from the outside looking in of it as well. Bernie, I don't know if you know this about Kareem. He alluded to it. I nicknamed him Kareem Stradamus because at pretty much every draft night,
it's true.
He predicts who the Cardinals are going to draft.
He's never been wrong.
And last year was 7, so like it's not that many picks, but usually picking like 19th or 20th, and he's nailing who they're going to pick there.
Even 7 was crazy though, because obviously Kareem got it right. So he had JJ Weatherholt, but there were rumors up till draft day that Cleveland was going to take Weatherholt at the top of the draft, and Kareem stuck to his guns. It was actually crazy. The odds were not very high that they were going to get him. I couldn't believe he lasted.
Okay, we're gonna find out how good you are. Who are they going to take 5th? You got to say it now. Nostradamus. No, I'm just kidding.
The one guy, Bernie, I've been talking about is Jamie Arnold. He's Florida State's left-hand pitcher. He's projected to go inside the top 5. He's a consensus top 5 prospect right now. This is a guy that throws from a really low slot. He's a lefty. His fastball has a unique shape, similar to someone like Cooper Jerpy. When you think of someone in the Cardinals organization, really low, wide slot that he's able to get a flat vertical approach angle on at the top of the strike zone. But he's able to throw that pitch a little harder than Jerpy. It's closer to 94, 95 miles an hour. And it was one of the best fastballs in college baseball this past year. So I'm really interested to see what he's able to do this year for Florida State. I think he's the kind of pitcher the Cardinals have really targeted. When you look at a guy that's really athletic on the mound, someone that, as I was alluding to, someone that's got a flat vertical approach angle, that's something the Cardinals value a lot. So if he was available at 5, I think that's someone the Cardinals scouting staff would really be high on, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he'd be the pick. But I mean, it's a while, so I don't want to
I know.
Predict just yet, but he's definitely someone I think the Cardinals would have their eyes on, at least.
That's incredible. Well, real quick, I'm going to do one of our giveaways because we're running behind a lot of stuff now. But seriously, I mean, that conversation earlier with Derrick was cool. So cool that I'm going to do the pun there. Want to congratulate Josh Porchler
I don't know.
You know your
guys.
name better.
Your
than
guess is as good as mine.
You've won the Carlos Beltran signed bat, and so we'll make sure to get your information.
That's pretty cool.
DM us on Twitter. That would be the easiest way to do it, or Andrew will throw something in the chat right now about how to get more information on
That's
that.
a pretty sick prize.
But yeah,
It is.
Kareem, I mean, we asked Derrick about it a little bit there at the end, but kind of what's been your thoughts so far on the Cardinals offseason in terms of some of the not sexy things, right? The infrastructure side of things, the changes in the front office, changes toward player development. Things aren't necessarily going to get butts in seats right now, but the things that you're probably looking at and more excited about, but the long-term player development cycle side of things. Are you excited about the directions and the types of hires they've made so far? Are you excited about what it seems like Bloom's going to bring to the organization, just as you look at the Cardinals farm system right now, where it could be heading?
Yeah, I'm really excited, to be honest, especially being someone that's so invested into the minor leagues and watching these guys go through the Cardinals system. I think the Cardinals going into this retool set, changing their player development, adding guys like Rob Serfolio as an assistant general manager, obviously Matt Pierpoint, director of pitching. He was with Seattle. He was their pitching coordinator. I think it's really exciting. I think the Cardinals have been lagging far behind in terms of pitching development, and I'm really interested to see what they're able to do. Hopefully, this pitching lab is finally, able to come to fruition, and, the Cardinals really start to take pitch modeling seriously, because that's where the game is headed. And I think if the Cardinals are able to, get back into developing pitching like they have been, a decade, 2 decades ago, I think, going back to that is going to help this team a ton. This past year, it was a rotation of a bunch of guys that either were here on short-term deals or guys that, like Miles Michaelis, who had, already signed contracts, not a lot of young guys. And I think, especially for the Cardinals, I think it's going to be paramount having some young guys that you're not paying a ton of money in the rotation. So, yeah, I think specifically in terms of developing pitching, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that, because the Cardinals have lagged behind. And with these new hires, it's obviously exciting when you get fresh faces, guys that are coming from organizations that are, more savvy. And I'm really interested to see, the fruits to this labor down the road.
Oh, that's great, man. Is there any, you're the king of this too, and then we've got Will Leitch waiting on, so we'll get him in here. And then Kareem, if you want to hang around, man, we've got a couple other buffer times we could throw you in as well. But is there any under the radar, the smaller name prospects that you're keeping an eye on? Not the JJ Weatherholts of the world or the Quinn Matthews, but the guys that, again, they're not super high on the prospect boards. Most people probably haven't heard of them, but you find something intriguing in their profile right now that you think fans should keep an eye on.
I've talked about this guy a lot already, but it's got to be Luis Gastelum. He was recently added to the MLB Pipeline's top 30 prospect list. I think Gastelum's someone that has an outlier changeup. It's a pitch that gets negative IVB. He's also got a pretty good fastball slider in the mid 80s. So I think he has all the makings to being a potential bullpen piece down the road. And, he's having a terrific winter ball right now in the Mexican League. So I think Gastelum's definitely someone to keep an eye on, as someone that's got a really unique plus pitch in that changeup. And he had an impressive season down at Palm Beach. And, I'm really interested to see what his development is. And, if down the road he could be an effective option for the Cardinals bullpen.
I'm gonna sneak one more question in here. What are your what have you seen from Chase Davis so far, and what do you think the upside is behind him? Because originally when the pick was made, that was probably one of the more high upside first round picks they've had in a while. And when you think about another left-handed bat that the Cardinals could potentially be adding to this lineup, the outfield continues to be in flux year after year. Chase Davis is a guy. Everyone points out he looks like Carlos Gonzalez when he's at the plate. What is the upside I'm saying Chris Davis, Chase Davis here?
Yeah, Davis has had some inconsistencies. His first, after his draft season, he got a little taste of pro ball, and he wasn't able to translate that power that we had seen at Arizona. But this past year, I think he hit his stride. He struggled at the start of the season. He was still going through some changes in terms of his batting stance and his swing overall. And I think there was a point in the season where it just started clicking for him down at Palm Beach. And for a month or so, he looked like the top position player prospect in the Cardinals organization. I think Davis has all kinds of upside when we're talking about a guy that's got a great approach at the plate, has a tons of raw power, is an athletic guy that I think has the ability to handle center field. So when you have that going for you, you're obviously a really exciting prospect. I think there were a lot of good things that I saw from him, especially during his end of his tenure at Palm Beach, where the power was finally coming to fruition. But
absolutely,
I think for Davis, it's just going to have to be him maximizing that batted ball profile, because there have been some inconsistencies so far in his minor league tenure. And I think if he's able to, start, having a more consistent batted ball, if his batted ball outcomes are a little bit more consistent, I think he could be a really, exciting player for the Cardinals down the road.
That's all really exciting to hear. And Kareem, again, like we said this earlier, follow Kareem on Twitter X. Check out Birds on the Farm as you go through. Kareem, you're welcome to hang around a little bit longer if you want to, man. We'll circle back with you in here because I'm sure we've got plenty of farm system and prospect related
My
questions.
apologies to you, Kareem.
No, this is great. But yeah, thanks, Kareem. I know you're a good friend of ours. We really appreciate you. We hope everyone's supporting you on and everything.
Thank you guys.
Out there, man.
Thank you guys for having me on. It's awesome to just be here tonight supporting a great cause.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Appreciate it, man. Well, we're gonna bring on another friend now. And
there he is.
You may recognize this guy. You want to make an introduction to the audience?
Well, it's my podcast partner on Seeing Red, at Seeing Red Pod on Twitter, and we come to you once a week during the season, and then we do special episodes in the off season. And I try very, very hard to keep up with Will, but he writes like books. He works for about 20,000 different media outlets. He doesn't sleep. I don't believe that he actually drinks water. I'm not sure where the food comes in. He runs 60 miles a day. I mean, I want to be Will Leitch at some point in my life. Well, I still have time. How are you doing, pal?
There's a whole bunch of people that live in this house that would not so respectfully disagree with you on that one. Nevertheless, it's good to see you. When we do the podcast, we don't actually see each other.
No, we don't.
So I like your hat.
Yeah, there you go. You were at a basketball game tonight. Did the Dogs win?
Yeah, they played Buffalo. Then they won like 100-49. Georgia's good. Georgia's good. There's a very real possibility that Illinois and Georgia will be ranked at the same time. Of course,
quiet, so if we could...
My audio's quiet. Hang on, I'll turn myself up. Hang on. How about that?
That's great. Yeah.
How about that? See, I got a little dial right here.
Yeah.
Like I
there
got
we
like
go.
a little
Come
Yeti
on.
mic.
We lose them. Okay, we'll get them back.
Could be some connectivity issues.
If we're not losing Will.
There he is.
Oh,
Now
we
he's
got
back.
Will back now. Oh, looks like he's muted now.
We have some experience with connectivity problems on Dealin the Cards.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you,
this is
sir.
great.
There we go.
Okay.
If I could be commit an act of sacrilege by actually asking you a college football question. I'm sorry. With Georgia, you live in Athens. People should know this. Now you take your sons to all the Georgia home games and everything else, and you do a Georgia football podcast with a couple of your friends there. What chances does Georgia have to win this thing, given the toughness of the season, the fact they've had to just play this brutal schedule, they lost their starting quarterback, so on and so forth? What's the feeling down there on the ground in Athens about the Dogs and their prospects of winning it all? Their prospects of winning it all.
Well, would you mind just turning it down a little bit now? I think it might be catching.
How about that?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about
No,
that.
it's all good. No,
All right.
it's all
Okay.
How are we good now? Do I
Yep.
sound? Are you seduced by my dulcet tones?
Yes, yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. That I know that we're at the right level. Yeah. No. Beck's not coming back. I think there's the general understanding that Beck will not be coming back for Georgia this year, and so it's going to be Stockton, and I think that the thing about Georgia, they've been like this all year. they play up and down to the competition. And so I think that, the nice thing about Georgia, this is the weird thing about, I understand how Alabama fans have been forever, is they just have 5-star dudes like 3 deep. And so we lost our quarterback. Don't worry, there's like 2 5-stars right behind them. And I think that's kind of what they've set up. So certainly I think that Beck actually hasn't been very good this year. I think he's been like a pretty big disappointment. So I don't think that Stockton, who has not started a game yet, is necessarily better, but I also don't think it's a big tragic thing that means they're going to fall apart. So I think I think that, they just beat a Texas team, came from behind at halftime against a Texas team that ostensibly is one of the best, that people were kind of assuming was one of the best 2 teams in the country. They've now beat them twice. So I think that Georgia has as good a chance as anyone who's not Oregon. I think Oregon actually is the best team, and I think is a little step above. I might argue Ohio State is the second team, but they are psychologically fragile. In a way that I think Ohio State's either going to win the whole thing or lose to Tennessee by 20. And but I think people are excited about. I think you can certainly see, they're stacked. Georgia's stacked. They're absolutely stacked with guys. Whether losing Beck, I don't think is. They're going to run the ball a little bit more, but I think that having Etienne back, really their stretch where they really struggled was when Trevor Etienne was out. And he's back now. So I think that I think that Georgia has as good a chance as anybody to win this. This has not been a particularly great Georgia team. Georgia has seen really great teams. They've won 2 out of the last 3 titles. This is what happens when Georgia has a down year. They still have a chance to win the title.
That's right. Pretty unreal.
Oh, that's incredible. Well, Will, I know we all love college football, but I think most people are tuning in tonight for the Cardinal side of things. So I'm going to ask a Cardinal question.
You still have echo, guys.
Still a little bit of an
I don't know
echo.
what's going on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. Maybe it might help, Will, if potentially if when we're talking, if you maybe your audio, there's some that coming through on our end. But just a question for you, just like you're looking at the Cardinals off season right now, the Nolan Arenado news fiasco from yesterday, cutting the payroll, throwing the conglomerate at you here now. Like you're looking at the state of the Cardinals right now. What is Will Leitch's thoughts on what the St. Louis Cardinals are doing in the direction they're heading in?
Okay, I muted myself. I'm okay.
Okay, that was great.
It makes me very nervous when a host mutes me. I'm afraid like I did something wrong. I have Midwestern guilt that I've done something wrong.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I would say that I generally feel, and I tend to not be alarmist about the Cardinals. I get emotional about the Cardinals, but I tend to not be alarmist. I would say that this feels like an off season of it's bonus time in a lot of ways. I think we're all kind of frustrated with how the last couple seasons have gone, but we've talked for a long time about how they need to make changes. They need to do things differently. And it seems like they are. Now, at a certain level, cheering for them to trade Arenado feels like a weird thing. If they can get something back from Arenado, that's great. And I think there's value in having Gorman play third base and letting these young guys cook. I think it was telling the number of young players when they talked last year said things like, I was always nervous if I got in a slump, I was going to be benched. That's not good. We can talk about how lack of roving instructors and how all the things they've kind of messed up in the minor leagues. But I also do actually think there is something psychological about the idea of the Cardinals have to win all the time. And if they don't win, everybody freaks out. And I think that has an effect on young players. We've seen that. We used to see that with Colton Wong back in the day when Mark Ellis was always right behind him, a guy that was going to come in and play there. I think there is going to be value this year. Listen, if Nolan Gorman doesn't hit this, if he strikes out all the time against this year, we know we're not going to worry about Nolan Gorman anymore. That's going to be, and they're going to cut bait in the way that they cut bait with forget even freaking Lane Thomas, they cut bait on years ago. Giving these guys a chance and letting them run, see what they can do. If it doesn't work, moving on seems to me like the right path. That said, the idea, I think there's a fine line between, okay, let's take this year and figure out what we're going to do, and yay, I can't wait for my favorite team that I root for all the time and think about every day please clear some payroll. Go team. Like, that is not something I'm emotionally invested in, is whether or not they clear payroll at all. At a certain level, I thought it was good that in the theoretical ended up not happening, or maybe it will, who knows, Astros trade, the idea that they were willing to put some money in there, we don't know what they were going to get back, but the fact that they were willing to do that and they didn't just say, whatever, man, just like get them off our hands, I think is a good sign. I think that's actually them thinking strategically. Again, I don't know what they were going to get back. I don't know what the market is. I do think Cardinals fans, because Arenado has been such a big part of what the Cardinals have been, even though I think they're kind of ready to move on, I do think we have a little bit of an overstated notion of what you're going to get back for Arenado, how the rest of baseball sees Arenado. The rest of baseball sees Arenado as a still plus, if not premium, defender that he was, that he needs to play in a park where he can pull the ball a lot. And listen, I was kind of impressed with Arenado last year, and that you saw him fighting it all year, and sometimes he'd break through and sometimes he wouldn't break through. Like Goldschmidt, when Goldschmidt was struggling, he just looked completely helpless. When Arenado was struggling, you saw him tweaking. That's part of the psychology of Arenado. That's one of the reasons, frankly, he was never really a great fit as the leader of the team, right? Like, he's not really that kind of dude that gets dialed up and starts killing it. He gets in his head, and you can see it. You can physically watch him get in his head. That probably wasn't the right fit for the Cardinals in general and this team specifically. So I think that's why you're seeing a ready to move on from Arenado without it being it's not Tino Martinez, right? Like, no, like, at a certain level, I think there's fondness for Nolan Arenado, while in understanding that the time for him to be here doesn't necessarily fit right now. I think that, but the way that they're constructing things, the way that they're thinking about it, I'll be honest, seems to be the right one. And I will say this: on one hand, when you see with the Cubs trading for Tucker, that feels like, the Cubs are going for it, but not really, right? Like, I'll put it this way: if the Cubs are going to trade for a 1-year dude, this is the year I'd like them to do it. Because the Cardinals are theoretically taking this step kind of back this year. And I don't think that means the Cardinals are necessarily are immediately a last place team, or even necessarily not a playoff contender. I think the upside of what the Cardinals can be this year is a potentially 500 if things break well, potentially better than that team. But if it doesn't happen, that's okay. The Cubs just traded for Kyle Tucker, one of the best players in baseball, for 1 year. The fact that they did this speaks to the general Cubs problem, which is if the Cubs really had their act together, they would sign a guy like Tucker for 10 years, because that's what the Cubs should be doing. The fact that they don't is a great sign if you're a Cardinals fan. The fact that they are treating this as a, hey, 1-year rental, and if we lose him, what are you going to do? Love that the Cubs are thinking that way. Because the Cubs should be thinking like the Mets. Whatever frustration that we may have with DeWitts, and certainly I have had many frustration with the DeWitts, and particularly the new Logan Roy, fail son, kind of younger DeWitt. Certainly the idea, sorry, I don't live there. I can say whatever I want. At a certain level, that is still 10 times better than what than what is happening with the Ricketts in Chicago. Like, that is a money machine there that they have torn down. Their championship team, their 85 Bears, right? They've torn down that team, replaced it with, why are they trading Bellinger? Why do the Ricketts not have money to keep Bellinger? Like maybe they feel like he doesn't fit next to Tucker. Bellinger's a good player. Yes, he's a little bit overpaid. You're the Ricketts. You have the money to do it. Go have another Trump fundraiser at Wrigley. You'll make all the money that you need to, guys. And so, the idea that the Cubs are playing cheap, to me, plays right into the Cardinals' hands. That is exactly what I want them to do. And to see the Brewers, still kind of thing. For the Cardinals, what I want from the Cardinals, I want the Cardinals to win this year. But what I really want is the Cardinals to win every year. And I would say if you have to take a year where you take a small step back, and by a small step back, I mean trading an Arenado when fans are kind of ready to move on anyway, giving young guys a chance to go, and then letting the Cubs make a 1 year little run with a superstar, but then they'll move on. Because listen, the Cubs should have gone after Soto. Cubs have the money for Soto. The Cubs should totally go after Soto, but they don't, because they don't treat their fans with the respect that they deserve. Which is great with me, because I also don't treat Cubs fans with the respect, because I don't think they deserve the respect at all. The point is that, like, if I'm a Cubs fan, I would be furious with the Ricketts in a way that, as frustrated as we get, as Cardinals fans get with the DeWitts, that there's no reason to be nearly as frustrated as Cubs fans should be with them. So if the Cardinals are going to take a step back this year and let the Cubs get cheap and do all the things, the Cardinals are retrenching right now in a way that frankly makes a lot of sense. And if there's 1 year to do it, particularly with the cable TV, with the TV situation, it makes a lot of sense to me.
The fact that it's taken us over almost 3.5 hours for someone to clown on the Cubs on this charity stream is a travesty. So thank you for that. That was
seriously
beautiful.
It's rare I meet someone who hates the Cubs as much as I do. And this is just wonderful. I was eating up every word. I remember when the Cubs signed Dansby Swanson. That was my favorite thing ever. There were generational shortstops on the market, and they took the cheap option out. Dansby Swanson, still expensive, by the way. And I can't wait for that contract to age like milk. So I have a question for you here about the Kyle Tucker situation. I guess when the Cubs acquired him, my immediate thought was, well, sure, they gave up a ton to get him. We talked to Kareem about it right away, and he said he loves the prospects going back to Houston in the deal. It's a lot for the Cubs to give up for 1 year of this guy. I guess I just assumed they would be able to work out some sort of extension with him maybe, or at least that they'd be likely to keep him in free agency. Do you not see that as the most likely scenario here? Do you think there's a very likely scenario that the Cubs don't have Kyle Tucker in 2026?
To be honest, like, he's a Boris client. He's not doing an extension. He's going to play it out, and he'll be smart to. Like Tucker, him and Vlad Jr. are going to be huge free agents next year. And I'm sorry, but if you were Kyle Tucker and you just saw all the money that's being thrown around right now, why in the world would you sign an extension with this team at all? And so with any team, even if you love it in Chicago, because I don't think Soto disliked playing for the Yankees. He just went to a guy that would pay him more money. And I think that Tucker is going to be the same way, and he should be the same way. And so to answer Jackie's question in the chat, I'm not clowning the Cubs for not extending him. I'm clowning the Cubs for playing cheap. The Cubs should have gone after Soto. The Cubs immediately were like, oh, we can't play in those waters. We can't be in those waters. But of course the Cubs can play in those waters. The Cubs have their own television station. You know, like, the Cubs are they're the Cubs. They sell it every game. They're a global brand. They just act like they're not. And for me, that's great. This was the worry even when Theo came there in the first place. I was like, I've been worried my entire life that the Cubs would finally realize, oh, we're the Yankees of the Midwest. Like, we are the Yankees of the Midwest. I was always worried they were going to act that way, and they never did really until Theo, when they brought in Rizzo and they made a lot of decisions they made. I thought they're finally going to do it. They continue not to do it, which is wonderful for me. So a trade for Tucker is one of those things. It's a good move. It's a clearly smart move for them, but it's a move that makes it look. It's a very Cubs move. It makes them look like, oh, we're really trying to compete, but doesn't actually cost any money to them really in the long term. And that's what's important to the Cubs. And that's great, because it's important to the Cardinals too. For the record, I think the Cardinals could spend more money than they actually do. But the Cubs could definitely spend more money than they do, and they don't. And so for me, that's the argument. So the idea of getting Tucker for 1 year, again, I hope it doesn't work out for the Cubs. It makes sense for the Cubs, but the idea is the Cubs should be thinking longer term than this, and they're not. They're always just thinking whatever the next balance sheet is. So Tucker is a way to make it look like you're trying to compete and go do something, but not actually swing big the way that they should. That's not their fault that they're not able to extend Tucker, but they also traded for Tucker knowing they're not going to be able to extend Tucker. So it makes it look like they're doing something big without actually doing something big, which again is fine with me. I think the Cubs are clearly the favorite to win the division this year. Also, weird things happen all the time. And if there's 1 year, if the Cardinals are going to retrench 1 year and figure out a lot of things that clearly need to be figured out among this franchise, both short and long term, I'm happy this is the year to do it. Because again, the Cardinals I don't think the Cardinals are as poor as they claim, But clearly there is less money coming in this year. There clearly is a TV issue where they are getting less money. And again, I'm always skeptical of any team crying poor. I hope the DeWitts do not sell the team, but if they ever did decide to sell the team, they would sell it for a massive profit and everyone would be fine. And just like every team in baseball. So I never quite buy the idea of any team really being that poor, because if they sold their team, they'd sell it for billions and billions of dollars and make generational money. So I'm always wary of like any team crying poor, but I am empathetic to the idea that this, to answer the original question, where the Cardinals are and what I think about the whole thing, things are kind of converging for the Cardinals to do this. The television money being down this year, the guys getting off guys like Arenado who don't seem to fit with the team this year in a lot of ways, and having a lot of money fall off the payroll. If this is just 1 year, I can live with it. The real problem is I don't want to hear in 2028 being like, oh, we're still worried about the TV thing. We're still worried about something. Like, we're going to give it to you now. Like, I get it. I understand it logically, but don't give me this in 3 or 4 years, because Cardinal fans support. And that's why I hope that they eventually can get that standalone streaming option, which I think the Cardinals are uniquely positioned to be able to benefit from in a way that like a lot of other teams aren't able to, because Cardinal fans, I just got my MLB TV year-end wrap-up. I watched 139 Cardinals games last year. Like, that's unbelievable. Like I'm gonna die someday, and I'll be looking back and be like, wow, I watched a lot of the 2024 Cardinals. And but that's the thing. That's what Cardinals fans do. We watch all the time, and I think that long term, I think that helps the Cardinals financially.
Well, I think that segues perfect into something I wanted to ask you a little bit earlier. You make a great point that of all years, considering the state of what's happening with the Cardinals, but also the rest of the NL Central, this is the year to take the step back. But you get to the end of 2025, and there's two routes. There's a lot of routes this could go, but there's two big routes this could go. One is they do put the faith in Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker and these young guys, and they perform. And this team looks like it's ascending going into 2026. And the DeWitts are now in a position where they're forced to either invest in the team or continue what you said, like to cry poor a little bit here and continue to kick the can down the road. Or there's also the doomsday scenario where they give Gorman and Walker and all these guys all the opportunities in the world and they don't perform. And you get to the end of the year and it's like, what young core is there? Like, this is a long-term rebuild. And so, I mean, this is a little bit choose your own adventure here, but think down those two paths, the path where the young core performs and they look like they're ascending in 2020, going into 2026. Do you have the confidence that they're going to turn around and start investing into the club again? And then on the flip side of it, if things do blow up, what's the move?
If things blow up, that's hopefully what they're going to be fixing. And the idea that, like, I mean, this is what Chaim Bloom's here for, right? Is to get the next Jordan Walker and the next Nolan Gormans and actually get them to where they're supposed to go. I certainly have not given up on any of those guys. And I actually, frankly, one of the most fun parts of this upcoming season will be able to watch them figure it out or not figure it out, and then we can all move on. I mean, I think that the idea, like, I think it's center field is a great example of this. Like, I will sigh a little bit when I see Michael Ciani play over Victor Scott. That doesn't mean that I don't like Michael Ciani. It just means Victor Scott, to me, is the guy that should be that guy. But if we get halfway through the year and Scott's still not doing anything, it's obviously Ciani to be out there. That's not the Cardinals' fault. That's not like, I'm like, oh, you got to put Scott out there anyway. Like, at a certain level, they do have to assess this. That's the point of having a year like this, is to be able to assess this. If it turns out that Walker and Gorman just never pan out, I'll be honest, I would be pretty surprised, particularly when it comes to Walker. I would certainly be very surprised if that happened. But if that happens, then, like, I mean, all the Cardinals plans 3 years ago were for Gorman and Walker to be centerpieces of what they were doing. Like, I think the idea that, like, well, the Cardinals are really counting on Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker to be good players. What a revolutionary new step the Cardinals are making. Like, that was the plan 3 years ago. That's been what they've been trying to do. If you really if you remember, Bernie, when you and I talked, were previewing the season last year, the thing we were worried about was the pitching. The hitting, we thought, okay, this is all jiving up. This is all going to line up. I think a lot of people felt that way heading into the season because we saw what Walker was at the end of 2023, and we had seen Gorman's power, and it felt like, and you saw Donovan, and you thought Newpower was going to come on. Like, there was a lot of reasons to be excited. Heck, even Carlson looked good in spring training, for crying out loud. So there was a reason to be excited about the offense last year. It just fell on its face. And part of that's the players, but part of that is the organization. We'll find out what percentage of that is. Certainly, if Tucker and Gorman don't pan out, that's obviously a problem. But I think that's a problem that has, like, that's a 2022 problem. That's a 2023 problem. That's a 2024 problem. That's something they've been playing for a while. If that happens, I'm not sure what the solution is other than to just, like, it would be certainly unfortunate for a team like the Cardinals to have two big power hitting prospects both just go full David Green on them, I suppose. Like, that would be very unfortunate. But I don't know how you fix that or how you're supposed to react to it other than to just, it's baseball, And so, I think that, like, I certainly hope they'll invest, but invest is a weird term, right? Invest does not mean, okay, great, so go sign the next big, huge free agent. I think we've seen the Cardinals kind of struggle with that in the past. To me, invest is, okay, what have we got? We're not screwing around. We're not remember, there's been consecutive years where one year it was we're playing where everyone's fighting for their food. We're having tryouts at every position to, okay, we're going to let these guys go up. Like, there's not been a consistent philosophy for a long time. That's what I want to see. And that, to me, if you get that consistent philosophy, that gives you the opportunity, okay, what is Walker? What is Gorman? What is Nootbaar? What are these guys? That's really the fundamental question that has to be answered before you really figure anything else out.
Well, we're totally aligned on that point. We really are. Will, thanks for taking your time out to spend some time with us. It's been a great visit. We've raised, we're coming up on $1,200 for the Big League Impact Foundation. And I can't wait for our next Seeing Red pod. I think we should do that maybe when the Arenado thing is resolved, one way or the other, because then we can turn the page and really focus on some of the stuff we talked about tonight. But it's really good to see you, and thanks for being our partner here tonight. Thank you.
I echoed, I blame my children for playing streaming video games.
That's right. That's right. Go Dogs. See you, buddy.
Go Dogs.
Thank
Go
you,
Illini. Go Illini.
Thank you.
So before we introduce our next guest, I'm going to do a giveaway, and then we have a special introduction for the guest here. But we're going to give away the Nolan Gorman signed Futures Game jersey here, and that is going to go to Erin Bauer. She was actually in store earlier today. You can see the Nolan Gorman jersey in the middle here. It's from the Futures Game.
That's pretty cool.
As well. It's really cool. So Erin, we'll make sure to get that to you. Thanks for donating for Big League Impact. Again, we've still got 30 or a little over 30 or a little about 3 minutes left in the stream, so you can donate toward Big League Impact in the pinned comment link. We've got one more big giveaway, and it's Adam Wainwright signed baseball, so we'll be giving that away at the end of the night here. But we've got the closer ready to come on in, so cue the music.
Bullpen. Trevor,
There he
I
is.
love your hat. It's the best hat.
Let's go.
I love
That's
it.
all I have to say. I'm done.
You guys know how to make an intro.
I think Andrew.
How long does this go for? I mean, we've played 8 long innings, but we're here for the 9th with Trevor. So thanks for joining us.
It's
Yeah,
been too long
hey,
since
I've been
we've
tuning
heard
in. You
these.
guys have done a great job. Thanks for keeping me involved. I was excited about this one.
Yeah.
Well, you looks like you guys. I remember last year when I hopped on. You guys are pretty tired, but we got a lot more energy tonight. It seems like
It's big.
Well, yeah, even though old grandpa here is like bogging everybody down, but no. Hey, man, it's really great to see you. It's really great to see you. And if I could just throw this out there, tell us, we're pretty excited about what you're going to be working on. You're going into the, whether we call it the pod business or the YouTube business, but no, it sounds wonderful. But make the big announcement to all the people watching, because we got a ton of people watching right now.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. No, it's good to see you too, man. I think like you mentioned, we started a new show with Miss Katie Wu from The Athletic with Foul Tory in conjunction with Foul Territory. Our show is called Cardinal Territory. And we're going to be, I'm going to be hopping on as a co-host once a week leading up into the season. And, Bernie, listening to you and Derrick talk about the commission, Strauss, I mean, it just brought back so many good memories. And, really for me, like when this opportunity came up, obviously I'm a player. I don't sit in the seat that you guys sit in, and so my eloquency, or however you put it with words, is not to your level. I'm not going to be quite the storyteller, but for me, St. Louis Cardinals baseball runs pretty deep. It's been a big part of my life, and it's really been the majority of my life, especially as an adult. And so to be back involved in covering a team that I care so much about, an organization that I care a lot about, is exciting. I mean, there's a lot that's changed, I think, from when I first came up, coming off of 2011 World Series, and the names and, the talent and expectations for the teams that I was involved with seem to be a little bit different today. But all that being said, it's an exciting time for me, and to work alongside somebody with Katie and then Bernie to continue to follow your coverage, to follow the coverage of these guys, these young bucks, and Mr. Goold. It's going to be a fun season. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I can't wait to become a regular viewer, consumer of all that great content. That's another one I have to put on the list. I'll move it up high too. So I wanted to ask you one thing, because we were talking about the good old days, and I really mean this, and not to just try to flatter you. When I was picking an all DeWitt era team, I put you at the top, the number one closer, and it was no disrespect to Izzy. My goodness, he's a Cardinals Hall of Famer. But listen, man, I was watching the whole thing when you were there. I was writing about it. I saw so many of your saves. I saw your struggles too, because everyone goes through that. But when I look back, and I was doing a review and really trying to get deep to try to do this right about like who the best people were at each position, dude, I was just like blown away by your body of work. And I felt almost stupid, because it's like, well, wait a minute, you were there, you saw this. I think as time goes by and you look back on someone that I knew you were really, really good, you were incredible for that stretch. I mean, just the strikeout rate, protecting leads. I mean, just right across the board, everything. So I know your career didn't end the way you wanted because of some injuries. That's another hazard of the occupation. But as you look back on it, how do you feel about your entire career, but specifically your time as a Cardinal?
Oh, I feel great about it. I appreciate you saying that, and I saw the article that you put out there, and appreciate the recognition, and how you highlighted some of those stat lines that it seemed to be like at the time, like going through it. Maybe this is kind of reading between the lines what you're saying. It just kind of seemed like kind of par for the course, or it was kind of what was expected of me, and I still kind of feel that way. I mean, it's hard even now to really look back. Maybe as more time passes, I'll have a greater appreciation for those moments. But I was just so thankful, not only for the opportunity to play for the St. Louis Cardinals, but for the types of players that were in that clubhouse with me, and even throughout the organization, the coaches and mentors that I had coming up through the system, and then especially at the major league level, and being in a city like St. Louis, where all my three daughters were born in St. Louis. My family, my wife and I spent a lot of time there, and really have deep roots. So, for me, like, that's what really stands out. The baseball side of it is really cool, but man, just so many lifelong friendships and memories that came from my time there. And the baseball is just kind of the icing on the cake. But when you're pitching to Yadier Molina every single night, you're pretty excited. It's kind of like makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up every time you take them out, and you realize I'm pitching, I'm working alongside a walking statue right now. So I always thought that those moments were really cool, and man, what goes by so fast. I'm sure you can kind of appreciate that too, of how fast time seems to move, and it gets faster every year. My oldest daughter's 11 years old now, and have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, and I just look at that. We actually just got finished putting them to bed, but it's just incredible. And that's one thing that no matter what profession, but especially in baseball, veteran players will tell you, hey, I know you're anxious to get to where I'm at, but please just enjoy it. It goes by fast. And as a young player, you look at those guys and you say, yeah, there's no way. You're just saying that because you have already had the success and you've already made it. And then you get to that spot one day, and now I find myself telling the younger guys the same thing because it does fly by.
Trevor, if you could pick one, or maybe there's a couple moments that stand out to you in your career that you could go back and relive, like that you wish you could like understand and savor that moment again. What are one or two of those moments? I mean, there's probably an obvious one that's standing out to everyone right now, but what are some of those moments you wish you could go back and re-experience?
I mean, all of them. They're so fun. Coming up in 2012 and going on that postseason run, and was the wild card playing game in Atlanta with the infield fly rule, and then beating the Washington Nationals unexpectedly in Game 5, and then headed out to San Francisco and losing to the Giants in the pouring down rain and taking a bus back home. I mean, 2012 was a season to remember, and then 2013 playing in the World Series. In the World Series in 2013, I had a World Series save in Game 2 in Boston with a one-run lead, and then I got the win in Game 4 or 5 at home when Alan Craig got tied up at third base with Will Middlebrooks. So that one was pretty memorable. I remember us running out on the field when Alan Craig beat the throw home, or I think he got tagged out at home, but ruled safe and thought he broke his ankle, and everybody's running out of the dugout, and we're trying not to dogpile on him and hurt him anymore. So that, those are so many good memories. I mean, it's like anytime September, October, and that brisk air kind of starts to hit you, it's like these flood of playoff Cardinal memories just hit me in the face, and it's the best thing to experience. I hope I never lose that. I mean, it's like the fall weather just goes hand in hand with the memories that I have in all these postseason runs. But I can't not mention making an all-star team in 2015. When people ask me highlight of my baseball career, being on an all-star team, I mean, there's really nothing like it, and just sitting in a clubhouse and looking around the room and being like, holy cow, how did I make it here? How is my name recognized along all these great players? And for me, that was probably the moment that I appreciated the most. But unfortunately, kind of came to an end in 2017, and I was hoping to be a Cardinal for as long as possible, especially with my good buddies Waino and Yadier Molina, and seeing the path that they had. I thought I was going to fall into that category, but as we all know, the reliever position can be fickle, and it didn't work out for me.
Well, to your point with that, you left some big shoes to fill in St. Louis, and until recently, there was never a closer around like Trevor Rosenthal. And I heard a rumor that you're going to get to be at the Baseball Writers Dinner and actually give the award to Ryan Helsley at the event. But what is it that makes, I mean, I'm sure you don't want to toot your own horn, so maybe do it through Ryan Helsley lens. What makes a closer like that so special? Because obviously you both had electric stuff, but I mean, in today's game, a lot of people have really good stuff. What does it take to be a guy that can come in and be dependable in the biggest spots and then do it consistently year after year, not just be a one-hit wonder, but be a guy that for 4, 5, 6 years can put up production like that? What does it take to become that?
I mean, it takes a lot of different things. I appreciate you saying that, and I'm certainly a fan of the closer role. I really enjoyed watching Helsley this year, especially down the stretch when he was breaking the record. And I'll be excited to be in St. Louis for the Writers' Dinner in January, and hopefully see a lot of familiar faces there, and have a great night with all the guests. But I remember talking to John Mozeliak early in my career about the closer role, and he mentioned Ryan Franklin, which I thought was interesting because when you think about electric stuff, Ryan Franklin isn't probably the guy that comes to top of mind. But he mentioned him and probably with some sort of purpose, because he said Franklin had huge balls. He's like, this guy, he's successful because he had the biggest balls of anybody I've ever seen. And so I think like that would kind of, if I could sum it up in other words, it would be it would be along those lines of you really have to have an absurd level of confidence. I mean, to be a major league player, you already have to be somewhat narcissistic and somewhat egotistic and overconfident in your ability. But then to expect that you're going to go out every night and close the door in the 9th inning against the best players in the world, I mean, that's part of it. But, I mean, the other side I would say, too, I mean, I already mentioned Yachty. I mean, your battery mate is very important. The team that you're on, the guys that are setting up that inning for, setting up the game from the starter to the 6, 7, 8 inning guys are all important. And then even more so is really the defense. And I remember, I mentioned the All-Star year in 2015, and my numbers were exceptional for the majority of that year. And I really credit that to our defense. I mean, we had, Peter Borges out in center field that he could run down anything. I mean, guys were just making plays behind me every single night, and who knows how many runs that saved off of my ERA that year. So, there's always a multitude of things. I think that's the beautiful thing about baseball is it's never comes down to just a single player. But you definitely have to have, like I said, a higher level of purpose and self-confidence than maybe in another role.
Well, it does look like you had a pretty darn good fielding and independent pitching that year. So credit the defense, but you had some pretty good stuff there too.
Yeah, I was going to say with that 35% strikeout rate, which the way the game's changed, we see more and more and more of that now. But when you were doing that was kind of like I'm not going to say you were at the top of the mountain. There weren't many people up there with you. That blow away stuff, man. It was just crazy to watch. And I'm going to embarrass Trevor. Can I embarrass him for a minute?
Oh,
yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
That's what I came here for, Bernie.
Rosie, and this is for what I wrote about him in 2023 when I selected the Alderwood era team. From 2012 through 2017, he ranks that was his peak, but he ranks this is true as of today, number 1 in wins above replacement by a Cardinals reliever in a career, first in fielding independent ERA, second in saves, the best strikeout rate ever by a St. Louis reliever. He saved 45 games in 14, followed with 48 the next year. Over that 2-season period, Rosenthal's 93 saves were the most in the majors and 7 more than the next guy, Craig Kimbrell. That's not all. And this is the part about Trevor Rosenthal that gets overlooked. It's amazing. In 23 postseason appearances from 2012 through 2015, he had a 0.69 ERA in 41 and a third innings, held batters to a 165 average. And you know what his strikeout rate was? 41%.
Incredible.
That's sick.
That's unreal.
I mean, seriously, what's up with that?
I
All
don't
those
know. This sounds
postseason
pretty
appearances.
I think Bernie's
They barely scratched you, man. You just kept blowing them away one after another.
I think Bernie's just trying to become the first guest on your podcast.
No, man. If he needs me to be the personal Trevor Rosenthal stats nerd to tell everyone how great he was, I'll be happy to do that. I'll volunteer for that one.
No, I appreciate that. That's probably why I like that fall weather so much. It comes with a lot of good juju.
So anyway, yeah, props to you, man. Again, props.
I appreciate that. No, you're too kind.
All right.
Are we done? I'm not to usher Trevor out of here. I'm not saying that, but
Andrew wants to pop in with a question related.
Oh, okay. That's because Andrew makes me nervous. He looks over here, and I'm like, "What?"
Oh, no,
okay.
No.
Why is Andrew so small this time?
I'm in the corner. I'm doing all the production.
Production.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you to explain your hat to everyone because you're so right.
Can you guys hear me?
Player.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. My hat. So I'm not sure if I'm right.
You're right.
I think, so it's kind of personal because it goes back to my junior college days and at the time when I got drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals in 2009. But it's really the story of how I got drafted. and how my pitching career took off is, my coaches came to me one day and at Cali County Community College in southern Kansas, and said, they asked me if I was interested in becoming a pitcher and no longer playing in the field and no longer hitting. And I said, there's no way. There's no way I just want to be a pitcher. Like that, you're taking the baseball player out of me. I love to play the game. I love to be in the field and certainly love to get my at-bats, although as you can probably guess, I wasn't very good. That's why I got turned into a pitcher. But I throughout the minor leagues, when I was a starting pitcher, never had the opportunity to start in the major leagues, but being a starting pitcher in the minor leagues, we only were able to bat against National League teams, even in the minor leagues. And so it wasn't very often, but that's what I always look forward to the most. I had my special bats, would love to go out there and take batting practice and hit some, a couple ground balls to the shortstop in the game if I was lucky and get thrown out. But, I think, just the kid in me, the baseball player in me likes to enjoy all aspects of the game and just getting pigeonholed into the pitcher role, especially in the bullpen. In the bullpen, you just kind of sit out there and you're kind of like a team within a team. Sometimes don't even feel like you're on the team. So that's where the motivation comes. It's a great hat. It's a great, with number 47 back in office. I mean, it just all kind of, it's an easy thing to promote right now.
Oh, that's great. And
I'm not sure. I think they got it right, though. I think if you look at the data, removing the pitcher hitting, it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it extends so many innings. I'm a pitcher should hit truther as well. I hate DHs. We have this conversation all the time. Like, get a glove in your bag and play the game is how I see it.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm an old timer for that. But I mean, I'll be the first to admit too that the amount of times where a pitcher coming up with a couple guys on, and it really does kill rallies and stuff. But also, I think it takes some of the managing out of the game too to get the DH. I wish they had tied the DH to the pitcher. So it's like, you want to pull your pitcher, you got to pull your DH too, or at least your starter. And then you can have a second guy come in and hit after your starter's out.
Sandy for commissioner.
Dude, that's better than the stupid golden at bat rule.
Oh,
that's got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of.
Oh,
that's a tough one.
Yeah,
I saw that they're marketing, Michael Lorenzen's team is marketing him as a two-way player for a couple of different reasons. And if you look in the kind of the paragraphs where they're explaining, his numbers as a hitter, and even though he was, you could classify him as an exceptional hitting pitcher, is still a rather poor hitting position player, which is why I fall more on the boat of, it's okay that we've made this progress, but I agree. I mean, I would love to see a solution to encourage starting pitching to stay in the game longer.
Such a tough subject. MLB put out that report earlier this week about pitching injuries and recommendations, and I don't know how you put the genie back in the bottle. I mean, when now the young ones are all just gas, and it's how hard can you throw, and you got to max out all the time, and pitchers are going to break. It's just the reality of the situation. But it's like, so what do you do though? How do you change that? You got to tell guys not to throw hard. There's no easy solution or easy fix, because I think we all would love to see the rate of serious pitching injuries go way, way, way down. But in this environment, it's just going to be tough to try to make reforms that would actually lead to that progress. I don't know how you do it. You have any thoughts on that? It's such a huge question, and it gives you a headache thinking about it. But what do you think? Any thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts specifically. I mean, I agree. It'd be great to see the injuries and I'm all for players having longevity in the game. I mean, it's a hard enough game as it is. It's a hard enough way to make a living and have a career, and to have it end early because you're pushing your body to the limit. I mean, it's kind of a conundrum that shouldn't exist, but unfortunately it does. And we see professional sports in every different sport category. It's becoming more and more competitive, and so you're not going to take away that aspect. If I know I can come in and get a job in spring training because I'm throwing a couple mile an hour harder than the next guy, well, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take advantage of that because I want that job. So I don't know. Hopefully, the athletes just continue to evolve and get bigger and stronger, and maybe they're able to take on that workload a little bit better. We've seen guys do well without injuries. Aroldis Chapman and guys like Craig Kimbrell, and those are just a couple of closers that come to mind. But relatively injury-free careers with high velocity and really exceptional stuff. So it's possible.
Be remiss not ask you about the state of the Cardinals, and you're gonna be covering them multiple times a week now, so we're excited to have your voice in this space. And so just on your way out, we really appreciate your time tonight. What are some things that excite you about covering the Cardinals and going into 2025? And then what's kind of like your big storylines you're watching right now? Obviously, you and Katie broke down the Nolan Arenado stuff today. We haven't gotten to watch it yet just because we were live streaming, but we'll be watching that later. But yeah, what's kind of your thoughts in the offseason right now? And then I guess personally, what excites you about jumping into the media space, specifically with St. Louis?
Yeah, I just enjoy the St. Louis Cardinals. I kind of mentioned it off the get-go here, but a big part of my life. Love the Cardinals, love the organization. It's been really good to me. I have close relationships with a lot of the staff, even some players still, some of the front office staff, and I've always admired the ownership and their approach to building a sustainable organization. So, just excited to kind of dive in and look at things from a different perspective, but then also, share the perspective from a player's viewpoint, from, not only a player, but a player that was in the organization and in the organization when it was thriving, and to have a kind of a comparison to what we're looking at now. And I would say for me, it's kind of a good timing, right? Like at the tail end here of Mozeliak's career and kind of a new era being ushered in, and a lot of change, and to kind of have a firsthand and an important seat on this wave of transition, I think is really what I'm looking most forward to. And I certainly have enjoyed listening to you guys talk tonight about in depth about the system and the players, and I have a lot to learn as far as that goes. But that's what I'm excited about too, right? Like get to see these young guys, get to see what we have, and pay attention to the draft and see who's coming into the organization, and ultimately sounds like the goal is to provide a lot of tools for these players to develop and then perform at the major league level. So let's figure out what kind of tools we're talking about. What is that infrastructure that's going to be put in place, and then I'm sure we'll have a lot of things to talk about to critique if it's working or if it's not.
It'd be great. I can't wait to dig into that, man. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the launch, and it's going to get better and better and better. Yeah. And then when we have baseball games to talk about, you'll be in your sweet spot there, right?
Yeah, this is a fun time of year, though. Merry Christmas to you guys. Enjoy the holidays. I know we're looking forward to it with my kids. Gearing up here, last day. I got to go sing Christmas carols in the morning, so
there you go.
That's what I'll be doing tomorrow. Time. Yeah,
beautiful.
Great. Well, Merry Christmas to you and your family as well, Trevor. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, everyone go check out Cards Territory at the Trevor and Katie Wu. It's just phenomenal already. And like Bernie said, just keep getting better and better and better. So I know I'm excited to keep tuning in. Cardinals Nation is as well. We really appreciate your time tonight.
Yeah, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see y'all. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yep.
Great to see you, Trevor.
See you, Trevor.
He's something else, man.
He is.
Can you believe those numbers?
It's insane. And I get the postseason stuff too. It's just like
see, that's the thing that people forget about him. I cut myself off because I could have gone on with that, but just very briefly, like he holds every Cardinals postseason record for relief pitching, like everything.
Wow.
And it isn't just that he was good. Dude, 41 innings in the postseason, high pressure. Are you kidding me? An 0.69 ERA and a 41% strikeout rate? I mean, that's Mariano Rivera stuff right there. You know, I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you think about it, you know.
Mariano Rivera had the big save he blew in the postseason, which Rosenthal doesn't.
Yeah.
So, well, I think just to finish out the night real quick, I'd love to invite Kareem back on just because he is a member of the Dealin the Cards family in the chat as well. What was that?
I think Kareem is no longer.
Oh, is he not in here?
Okay.
Oh, well, if Kareem hops back in, we'll get him back in for the end. But I want to give listeners one more opportunity to donate toward big league impacts. You could do it at the link in the chat right now. We still have one more giveaway item to give away. Any donation gets you toward that. It's an Adam Wainwright signed ball that we have right here that Sandy's showing off right now. We appreciate all the donations that have come through tonight so far. Again, Big League Impact was started by Adam Wainwright back in 2013 and impacts the world in so many different ways. There's so many different causes. And so we just are excited to partner with them again in this way and to go ahead and get it. Yes, Jackie, we've been going 4 hours strong now, so my legs are about as numb and noodly.
Oh, it's going to be tough to stand up after this one.
Yeah, it will be. But it's just been fun. So I guess real quick, just give people an opportunity to donate for one more time before we do the last giveaway. Maybe we go around the horn real quick and each of us just kind of give a highlight of the night. And I just wanted, I was thinking about, I'm gonna have to tell people when I get home tonight, like, I wish I could have taken a picture like two-way here and just being in the middle of that conversation earlier between Bernie, you and Derrick, and just like soaking in just this like two legends of the game. Well, I mean, seriously, two legends here. And just also like, I mean, we didn't really get to talk about it earlier.
Even though it dominated the conversation.
Oh, no.
It's what we needed.
Seriously, the chat just kept going like more and more, encore. It was just, I mean, it was one of those conversations where you just sit back and if I like said anything, I'd be ruining a moment there where there's just something special happening there. And so first, I just want to say on behalf of myself, Sandy, and Andrew, like we're just grateful for the support you've shown us. And
I owe you guys. I mean, this is a mutual thing. I mean, I was trying to, I was getting ready for a new platform and it was intimidating to think about it. And even though I know how to talk and all that stuff, but it's like, it's still weird to take the leap and just feel like, well, I'm not sure I can do this, or I'm not sure, what do I do? Like, you were incredible resource. It's like giving me advice, calling me down, just being, giving me confidence. Andrew, of course, volunteered to do thumbnails and just to help me along and help with some of the tech stuff. And then Sandy, you were kind to me by inviting me on to, Dealing with the Cards and, treating me as if like I was part of the family. No, you guys are the greatest. I think, let me just say this. I think mainstream sports writers, and I used to be one of them from the standpoint, it's like, well, Baseball Writers Association of America, and that's all great. Don't get me wrong. There's so many people out there, and the greatest thing about the world and how everything has evolved is that more people have so many more people have valuable voices and can add to not just add to the discussion, add serious knowledge to the discussion and perspective. And one of the things that I'm so grateful for is because I'm now really plugged into that, understanding that there is valuable analysis and perspective and entertainment out there. And you don't have to be affiliated with a newspaper. You don't have to be affiliated with a radio station. I mean, it's just, there's really good stuff out there. I think you guys like personify that. You totally prove that point. So I'm flattered to be associated with you in any way. I really mean that. Thank you.
Well, that means the world, Bernie. So thank you for that. And then seriously, like it looks like Andrew captured a picture of it, so I might need that. Like it was just like, I mean, just like if I told like 8-year-old me right here, I'd be sitting and like listening to this kind of conversation right now, I'd be like, oh, there's no way. And so that was just a highlight of the night.
Well, no, it's my highlight just to be able to see. Derrick and I are really great friends, but we just don't get a chance to spend much time together.
Yeah.
And so this was like a real treat for me, and just to be with you guys was a treat. It's been nice. What a great event, and over almost $2,000. And I know we're going over time here, but $2,000, just about $2,000. Great conversation. Yeah. And it's 4 hours, but it just flew by.
Yeah. Really
Trevor Rosenthal coming on at the end.
Yeah. closing it down.
It was great. It was just great. Really nice. And I hope we can do this every year. I can be part of it.
Yeah, we love that. Well, seriously, anytime you and Derrick get together, you should take a tape recorder out and start recording. And then
seriously,
because that was cold.
We'll make sure he's part of it too.
Yeah,
if I may be so bold to propose that. Yeah,
I think we would love that.
Yeah,
Sandy, what about you, man? What was kind of like a highlight of the night for you?
Yeah, just to hear you, Bernie, talk about some of those old riders. Like that's the way that I'll talk about, getting to hang out with you here and getting to spend time with Derrick. And it's a little emotional for me, but you're one of the big reasons I got into Cardinal baseball and St. Louis sports. Driving to school every morning in high school with my sister in the car, and I had your show playing every morning, and it was just amazing.
Nice.
And she's a 14-year-old girl who maybe didn't want to listen to the Bernie Miklasz show in the morning, but I had it on, and that's just it was awesome. So getting to get to know you lately and spend this time with you, just really, really special.
No, thank you. Likewise. So we'll hopefully we'll do a lot more together because I'm game for it. So
I would love that.
Yeah.
See, you're gonna have to help me one more time when I start the live stream on my own. I'm gonna need some guests that can help me get through it. So
we'll definitely
good guests. All right.
Also, I think we gotta just give it up for Andrew.
Oh my gosh.
Always.
Honestly, like all the podcast stuff behind the scenes anyways, like he's the guy, the social media, the thumbnails, the tech, everything. He puts it all together. And so there's no way, he jokes with me all the time. I tried to start a solo podcast before joining with them, and it was a mess. I can't create thumbnails. I don't know tech. I don't know this stuff. And this guy's just a whiz with it all. And so for him to just all the time and effort you put into this to help set this up, Andrew, and then to just be available and helping make sure the night ran smooth, just really appreciate
He's pretty much a genius.
He really is.
Yeah.
So maybe someone should hire him. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
I mean, since the very beginning, when Dealin the Cards was still Newt News, when we were screen recording Zoom meetings and trying to pair the audio with them, it's changed a lot in 2 years, but it's all Andrew. It was Andrew's brainchild in high school. It was a dream he had first, and then he's just brought other people in, and now this is what he's made.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me in on this too. It's been fun to journey with you guys in this. So, and then obviously appreciate all the viewers and listeners tonight. We really appreciate the support. Anyone who donated, even just tuning in tonight. Again, we love doing this. I think we'd all do it even if there wasn't a lot of people watching or listening. But it's incredible how many people contribute to this community. Like Bernie said, there's so many other voices out there in the comments, and I'm just recognizing so many people in the chat right now, like Jeff and Cody and Kareem and all these different people who tune in all the time. Like you guys make talking Cardinal baseball so fun, so really appreciate you all. Andrew, is there any highlights of the night for you?
Yeah, I'm just sitting back, and I don't want to listen to my voice, but this is just fun listening to you guys talk about it, running all the stuff behind the scenes. Apologies for some of the technical difficulties we had earlier in the stream. I think we had audio cut out a little bit
There's nothing
at the very beginning, but
it's okay.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone for tuning in and for sticking with us for 4 hours.
Yeah, seriously.
It was a grind, and it was definitely not just 4 hours for all of us.
Yeah.
So
appreciate that.
Are you still bogged down in finals, or is that finally over for you?
I'm all done. So
good.
He's a free man.
All right. Felt bad for you. I can only imagine. Just the stress, the strain. See, I was not that educated of a man, so.
Neither am I. So respect Andrew. And then obviously thank you to Devin and the 314 team as well for your support of the podcast all the time, but also just like letting us use the space and all the help setting things up today. Really appreciate that. So make sure you check out 314 Sports Cards and Collectibles, Instagram, online, in person, all that kind of stuff. They donated all the things we gave away today, the Gorms,
seriously,
the Carlos Beltran bat, the
really
Giant
cool.
Worlds about all these things. So they helped make this event possible in such a great way, and they would never seek that kind of credit or anything. They're just like, that's who they are. So we really appreciate them and hope you come and support their business as well. So I don't know. We didn't get any like Nolan or not of spam trade stuff at the end here. So
I always joke about that. People on that watch my YouTube, they just, will you shut up about that? We heard you the first 20 times. No, I gotta sometimes act like the cranky old dude, sometimes.
No, that's great. Well, I think this is about it. So we really appreciate everyone tuning in. Thanks again, Bernie.
We still got to give away ball.
We got to give away the ball.
The grand prize of the night.
The grand prize of
Okay, so I think Andrew's going to do the drawing real quick.
This is pretty awesome. This is about as great as it gets.
What a great autograph too! Just like the artistry of it.
Yeah, you can actually read this
cool.
one.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a guy that really put something into
Oh
it.
yeah, for sure.
Someone asked earlier, I believe Aaron won the Gorm jersey, right?
Yeah.
Aaron on
Yes.
that,
Right.
So we gave that away earlier. So the winner of the Adam Wainwright Ball and the last giveaway for tonight's event is Verlis Gwynn. Again, I'm sorry, I'm the worst with names, but Verlis, make sure to DM us on Instagram, email us at New News Podcast. Andrew, send the details in the chat here. We'll make sure to get your information, get that sent to you. Again, thanks for all the donations tonight. Congrats to all the other giveaway winners. Thanks for everyone who tuned in and listened tonight. Really is humbling and really exciting. I'm glad we were able to do this for a great cause. And so thanks again, Bernie.
Until
Thanks,
next
Andrew,
time.
Sandy. Thanks again, 314. And until next time, we really appreciate all the support. And yeah, go Cardinals. See you next time.